What's up, guys and gals? How are y'all doing today? Hopefully y'all are having a good weekend. Hopefully y'all are having a good Saturday. Ashley, Cat, Moose, what's good? Kinda need Roth to be here. Someone tell Roth to get, because we're doing his video first. Give me 1 second. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. What's up? Whose birthday is it? Happy early birthday who? Oh, Cat. Cat, happy early birthday, man. Ugh. All right. So the first video we're doing. Oh, I hear rats. Shut up. All right. I should take that out. Anyways, we're gonna be doing. Hold on. Yeah. I gotta pull up the Discord real quick. Hold on. It's something by Fat Electrician. I think it's Fat Files. I think. I like the Fat File videos because they're kind of off topic and a change of pace from what we usually do, which is like the military videos. I can't see shit. Renee, what's good? How are you? Oh, man. And dude, it's such a beautiful day. I kind of legit almost hate that I'm streaming right now. Almost. Because, like, it's such a beautiful day. I could take Nova for a walk. And it's just me and Nova for the next 4 days, or for the next 2 days. Because I leave for Georgia in 3 days. I fly out on Tuesday. So it's just me and her for the next 2 days. I already shipped off my niece to where that's not, no, that's not that. All right, let's see. Fat Files, Grey Goose, and Jägermeister, a marketing psyop, and it made millions. Okay. I like when Fat Electrician tries to put forth why it's this or why it's that. Let's see why Grey Goose and Jägermeister is a marketing psyop that made millions. I gotta tell you, I don't think I fell for the op at all whatsoever, because Grey Goose, dude, that's clear liquor. That shit tastes like everything and anything. Vodka, Mr. Boston, Bacardi. I never give a damn about Grey Goose. And it's expensive. Fuck all that. I ain't got time. And Jägermeister, dog, that shit just tastes like Robitussin. I tried it a couple times because, like, you know, peer pressure and whatever your friends are drinking, you're drinking, especially if you don't have to pay for it. But, man, Jägermeister is disgusting to me. It legit tastes like Robitussin, and if I'm gonna have the taste of Robitussin in my mouth, I might as well just drink Robitussin, because I essentially get to the same place, but faster and for cheaper. Because a bottle of... I shouldn't even tell y'all that. Something I used to do when I was younger, man. With the kids back in my day used to call it robo tripping. Take a big ass bottle of Robitussin and you just to the face. You just down it. I'm like fast as fuck, right? And then you'll essentially get drunk off that, and it'll have the same effects as alcohol, but without the room spinning and without the vomiting, because you don't have any alcohol in your system. It's just this fucking Robitussin fucking you up. And so I used to do that in lieu of spending, and it was euro too, so the exchange rate was fucking me. So I oftentimes, dude, would just drown down a bottle of Robitussin before I'd go to the bar, and I'd end up spending less money because, dog, I was drunk by the time I got there. Man, just off this Robitussin, I was like, you know what? I'll take one beer, man. That is it. And those beers weren't cheap either. Again, let me remind you, fucking euro. In 2010, I can't remember the exchange rate, but shit was nuts. I was broke all the time. He did a Subway video as well. Do y'all want to watch that too? I'm down for some fat files, actually, if y'all just want to do that today. What do you think of PlayStation raising the price of the PS5 Pro to $900? I think that if you're spending over $350 on a console, you might as well buy a PC. I'm sorry, dog. $900? My PC costs $900. Are you kidding? No. PlayStation, Xbox, all, man, y'all can blow it out your ass. If you're gonna charge me that much money, I'm just gonna buy a PC or upgrade my PC. It's that easy. And I can easily plug in a controller or go MNK. Like, man, hell nah. Raising the prices for what? It's not like they're doing anything different than 10 years ago. Next gen is next gen. We're already in. I'm ranting. Let's get to some fat electrician. Moonshine. Yeah. Moonshine's too much for me, man. Well, back when I drank, moonshine was too much for me. Like, I could understand if, like, I lived in the middle of nowhere and that's all I had and that's all I could find for miles on end. Then sure, by all means, I guess I'm drinking moonshine. But dog, I had options and moonshine just, it fucked me up too fast. Even in my prime drinking days where, like, I had built up a pretty high tolerance, moonshine fucked me up too fast. It's like, and especially if we were bar hopping, after the second bar, I'm done. I'm gone. I can't even. No. Who's gonna watch Nova while I'm gone? So one of my sister's friends, co-workers that is not currently deployed, is gonna come by the house on the daily and feed her, take her out, make sure she's good. Hell, the person may end up even, I don't know, I can't remember who it is. My sister has a lot of friends. They may end up just staying here for a couple of days and just like sleeping in the room downstairs or like in the living room or something. I don't know. They've watched the dog before. It's a trustworthy person. I ain't even worried. I just need these motherfuckers to check the mail so that it doesn't look like no one's home. Because if you let your trash and your mail stack up, burglars, that's an easy target. They're like, oh, they're not home. They haven't checked their mail in weeks. So I gotta have him do that too. Okay, let's get to some fat files. Yeah, dude. Oh yeah, Grey Goose is vodka, so when I was comparing it, if I said vodka, I'm sorry. Yeah, back in my drinking days, I wasn't, once I realized just how badly and just how not fun it was to be drunk off of any kind of liquor as opposed to being drunk off of beer, I just stuck to beer, dog, really, for the most part. If I find myself encountering something brand new that I had never had before, yeah, sure, I'll try it, right? But outside of that, I kind of just like stuck to the holy trinity of beers, at least for me, which is Blue Moon. Uh, fuck, what is it? It's Blue Moon and Yingling and then Corona. Those were the three that like revolved around me. Those three beers, for the most part. When I got stationed in Italy, oh, it made billions, not millions. That was a typo in the Discord. When I got to, maybe it was just because I wasn't old enough to drink in the States, so I don't know what the bar scene was like in America. Because I had never been, right? I wasn't old enough. When I got to Italy, dog, you know what? I swear to God, I think it's like the drink of the entire continent. Damn near. Vodka Red Bull. Vodka Red Bull. It's like the premier drink, I swear. It's what everybody orders. It's what they serve the most of. It's what they... Dude, if you've ever been overseas, tell me I'm wrong. I'm telling you, vodka Red Bull. And for some reason, man, when in Rome, quite literally, I had a lot of vodka Red Bull when I was over there, man, because, hell, even Cat Williams talked about it once upon a time. You're fucked up, but you can't pass out. So it's just like, and you're hyper. So you just, man, the bar hopping on vodka Red Bull is something crazy. You go through a lot of shit. I went bar hopping in the red light district. I don't remember a lick at all. But Jaeger's just gross, dog. What is it? What's the one? Jaeger bomb? What's in that? Isn't that Jägermeister and Red Bull? Or what's in the Jaeger bomb? I've had like, I've had a couple, dude. To be honest, I have had a couple. Cause like, you know, I never turned down free alcohol, right? So if you offered me something that was outside of my comfort zone, or hell, even that I didn't like, it's free. I'm drinking it. Thank you. I'm not going to complain. Beggars can't be choosers. Whatever. So I had quite a few Jaeger bombs because of that. Because like one dude was buying all the rounds, and or I don't know, man. A lot of people bought me a lot of drinks when I was over there. They would just get drunk as fuck. Come up to me, Falcon. You want a drink too? Yeah, sure. Falcon, you want a drink? Come on, man. Come on, Falcon. Let's have another drink. Well, I feel like I'm about to throw up and shit myself, but sure, yeah, free? Thanks. I'll take it. So sometimes I would drink stuff that I didn't like. Compare that to today, where I don't drink at all. Ryan, what's good? Oh, y'all heard that, right? Gerrymandering. I don't even know what that means, to be honest. Dude, so remember the last stream where like I kept hearing that squeaking in my ear? Well, guess what? When I ended that stream, shit stopped. And I didn't hear it again. And like at all. Didn't even, and now that I'm streaming, I hear it again. I don't understand. Coors Banquet or Coors Light. Yeah, all those. I don't know. At one point, man, all beer started tasting the same to me right before I stopped drinking. And I think the last time that I drank, I also smoked the devil's lettuce at the same time, which was a huge mistake because that has a 100% guaranteed success rate of fucking me up. And I did it anyways, knowing the consequences. And sure as shit, I don't even know how I got home, man. Like, I woke up, there was a trash can next to me. I think my buddy took me home or whatever. And then the weed I did have on me at the time, gone. I don't know what I did with it. Maybe I lost it. Maybe someone took it from me. I don't know. Didn't really care. I felt bad the entire next day. I was like, yeah, that's it. I'm done with both of those things. I started smoking again like a couple years later, but at that moment I quit everything. Weed, alcohol, all of it. Like I felt so bad. So alcohol stayed gone, but I brought the weed back as a reoccurring guest on the show. So I don't know, you people that smoke and drink, y'all are some psychotic bastards, dog. I don't like. I feel like one is enough, but nah, y'all be double dipping. That shit's fucking awful. How? How do y'all survive that? Even at my peak, even in my prime, I couldn't survive that, dude. I had a tolerance and everything. Well, the tolerance for the alcohol was way higher than the weed at the time because I was like fresh out of the service, so like I didn't smoke at the time at all whatsoever. So maybe that's what did it, and like I guess maybe y'all built up tolerances for both of them, and combining them isn't that big of a deal. But fuck, dude, every time I've tried that, and it's like literally a handful, it sends me straight to the fucking shadow realm, man. I'm not even kidding. It's bad. Y'all are crazy as shit. All right. Ooh, that's getting thrown the fuck away. Good lord, there was that many places to. All right, here we go. Grey Goose and Jägermeister, a marketing psyop. I mean, we done talked about alcohol that we thought was, or liquor that we thought was awful. Do y'all got any liquors that come to mind right now off the top of your head that you actually enjoy that were like really, really good? Any scotch, really? Did it taste good? No, but it's scotch. And if I'm willing to forego a not so awesome taste compared to other whiskeys and liquors, maybe some Glenlivet 12, quite possibly. That'll definitely warm your ass the fuck up on a cold night, I'll tell you that. Fireball? Oh, God. Ugh. No. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. Fun fact, my second tour, I was my the the guy on my screensaver, Joe, y'all know Joe. He had his wife buy a bottle of Scope, the mouthwash. Naturally, Scope. Uh, well, especially when I was a kid, but back then too, the only colors you would usually see were what? Green and blue. I've never seen clear mouthwash before. It would just seem odd. Um, or purple or any other color, just green or blue, right? So she got the mint flavored Scope, and she poured out all the Scope and put mint flavored vodka inside of the bottle, and it was the same fucking color. And all she did was poured it out, poured it in, resealed it, and mailed it to us. And yeah, dude, every single night after mission, we would just have like 2 or 3 shots of that and pass the fuck out because that's all it took. It was great, fantastic. We never got caught, never got in trouble. Customs never picked up on it. It was fantastic. It was great. And we were on Bagram. I would have never consumed alcohol at my first fob on my first tour because that was just way too dangerous to do that. But on my second tour at Bagram, when we were on the fob, there was really quite literally not much to worry about. Maybe artillery every couple of months. That I even my sister had a pretty decent time at Bagram. I mean, I I did not, but like on the installation, you have a decent time. If you leave the fob, which I did every single day, that's where the problems are. But on the installation, you're relatively safe as fuck on that one. Anyway, um, yeah, I did partake. Okay, you guys ready? The nasty brown one my babysitter had was nasty as fuck. The brown what? Dude, Maker's Mark is also gross to me. Can't stand it. Cannot.
Well, this was going to be a video on the history of Jaeger bombs, but when I started researching it, what I found was the most
Jaeger
diabolical
bombs.
marketing genius of all time, so now it's about that.
I really thought that the marketing for Jaeger bombs was that one skit where he's like, Jaeger bombs, Jaeger bombs, Jaeger bombs. Right? He's at a bar. We'll watch that after this. It's hilarious. I saw it when I was younger, and I thought it was like the funniest thing. And it was like some douchebag that looked like he was like they ripped him right out of the Jersey Shore reality TV show. Looking like just like a greased hair, just like the ultimate douchebag, just shouting Jaeger bombs, Jaeger bombs. It was just, I thought that was the marketing, really. It was like an unofficial marketing, but
We're talking about Sidney Frank, a World War II aviation engineer that would go on to be an alcohol billionaire by creating Jägermeister as we know it today, as well as Grey Goose, and is also partially responsible for pretty much every other vodka.
And on top of that, the thing with Jägermeister is, look at it. Does that look like alcohol to you? No. That looks like a fucking elixir that like a plague doctor would have used back in the day. You know what I'm saying? That don't even look appealing. It looks like a medicine that you give someone that has been infected by the bubonic plague or something. That does, even the bottle doesn't look intriguing or inviting to me.
As well as Grey Goose, and is also partially responsible for pretty much every other vodka that costs more than $15. And he did it through just marketing.
Shit, who made Mr. Boston? Because that's what I went with, dog. Mr. Boston was the cheapest, and it was a plastic handle, not even glass.
And branding, that's it. He didn't improve a product. He didn't make a superior product and offer it at a better price. He didn't have a better value proposition, nothing. He just seemingly made these things popular out of thin air through just marketing and psychology. And we're gonna get into how he did it right after word from our sponsor.
Delete me.
Why are you in a swimsuit?
It's not
I'm taking
good.
the boys swimming.
Is that safe?
I like the swimsuit.
I think so.
I was talking about the fact that the water's frozen.
Oh.
Okay, here we go.
Join Planet
Good.
Fitness for 1 cent down, $15.
We were gonna have to watch an ad regardless. Yeah, Willie, you've never had Jägermeister, or you've just never heard of it? Maybe you're not a drinker. That's okay if you're not. Good for you if you aren't. Because I gotta tell you, I had some good times in my drinking days, and I had some bad times. But really, what I remember the most was getting so drunk and throwing up so violently that I wanted to die, or getting so drunk that I was so dehydrated the next day that I couldn't even open my eyelids, and like so dry. Dog, and then like anytime you ever get so drunk that you cry for no reason, that's the absolute fucking worst. It's the absolute worst, and no one's immune to it. It'll just happen sometimes too. I don't know. It's just like, that's just terrible. My dad's like hella guilty of that. He gets so drunk sometimes and just like start telling you how much he loves you and shit. I love you, son. Oh, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. I love you too, Dad. Fuck, man. Go to bed. Anyways, sorry.
Probably the most notorious alcohol of all time, okay? It's alcoholic NyQuil is basically what it is, okay? It is a nighttime sniffling, sneezing, how the fuck did I wake up here medicine is what Jägermeister is. And it started off pretty much exactly how you would think it did, as a vinegar manufacturing facility in Germany.
I was not expecting that.
Vinegar.
1918, Kurt Mass takes over his father's vinegar manufacturing plant in Wolfenbüttel, Germany, and vinegar's been kind of going downhill profit-wise, so he pretty much immediately transitions from manufacturing vinegar to making wine. And that's what he does.
I honestly can't think of many times in my life where vinegar was a necessity. You know what I mean?
For like the next 18 years, he's making wine, but the entire time he also has a side passion project of making what he believes to be the world's best liquor. He works on this thing for over 18 years, different recipes, different methods of making it, just constantly refining and improving the process. Why
At the time, it probably was the best tasting or something like that. Shit's so fucking disgusting.
did it take him 18 years? Because Jägermeister has 56 different herbs and spices in it, okay? They're putting Colonel Sanders to shame.
Does it?
It's got fruit, it's got pop.
Because honestly, to me, it tastes like grape flavored oil. Like, go to AutoZone and buy oil for your car, and it's grape flavored. Drink that. That's Jaeger to me, man.
Poppy seeds, it's got ginseng, it's got licorice in it, it's got all kinds of.
And I fucking hate licorice. I can't stand licorice. That's literally #1 least favorite candy out of all the candies. The red ones, the black ones, I don't give a damn. It's so gross to me.
Random crap. He then takes all of this stuff, gets it together, and then steeps it in alcohol for 3 days straight. Then he filters the alcohol out and ages it in an oak barrel for a year. Then he filters it again and then mixes it with more alcohol, sugar, and caramel. Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, Curtis Mass has just fulfilled the German stereotype. He has over-engineered something as simple as making alcohol, okay? He literally said, oh, what are you trying to do? You're trying to get blackout drunk? I can make you
And get diabetes at the same time. That's so much sugar in that. That's crazy. But then again, wine coolers exist.
something to get blackout drunk. It's going to be 100 ingredients. It's going to take a year to make, and the manufacturing process is going to be so complicated that it has 383 quality checks before you're allowed to drink it. Wow, that sounds really complicated. I bet Jägermeister tastes absolutely delicious. No, not at all. Actually, it tastes like cough syrup. Well, the first shot tastes like cough syrup. The fifth shot tastes like invading.
Thank you. Dude, how is this still Jaeger's like a you can mix Jaeger. Can't you? I guess. Dude, honestly, you know what Jaeger tastes like? Here's an even better description. Whenever I'm sure they do this. I'm sure they have this at most bars, but you know, like when you go to a bar, strip club, anywhere that has alcohol, right? They have like this tray where like they pour the drinks or make the drinks. They have this tray that catches all the spillage, right? Well, one time I walked up to the bar and I saw that the spill tray was like very sizable in its liquid that it had caught up to that point in the evening. And I asked the bartender if I could have that for free. And she's like, why? I was like, I don't know, man. I'm cheap and drunk. Let me just have it. And she poured me a glass of what was in there. And then she promptly poured the rest out and I drank it. And that's kind of what it tasted like. It was a mixture of everything that had been made up to that point. So beer, liquor, whiskey, mixed drinks, the whole nine. Right, and that's exactly what I tasted. It tasted like fucking Jaeger to its core, mixed with death and everything else.
Poland with your homies is a good idea.
Ooh, that's a bingo.
I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. By 1934, he perfects his recipe for Jägermeister. Next thing he does is he has to come up with a name.
Good, dude. How? Again. How do none of us like it, yet it's still this popular, and it still sells? I don't understand. How can something be this universally like... I had it and stopped drinking because it sticks to your insides and tend to cough sometimes into my arm and throat goes desert dry. Ugh. And dude... imagine drinking Jaeger in the heat. I have, but I was at a pool one time in Florida. It was blazing hot. There was alcohol everywhere. Someone handed me something with Jaeger in it, and oh, dude, it's just like akin to drinking syrup. Syrup, except it tastes like ass. It ain't no Aunt Jemima.
and he decides Jägermeister, which is German for Huntmaster. Hunting in Germany at this time was like a very prestigious thing. If you were a hunter, you were probably wealthy, had a lot of money, so he's gonna market this product.
Yo, that legit looks like the hunter from Jumanji. Remember? He's hunting Alan the entire movie.
Product to hunters. So we've got our product, we've got our target audience, we've got a cool name. Now we just have to work on the packaging, right? And this is where Jägermeister gets its.
Yeah, I'm cheap too when it comes to alcohol. So like whenever I was young and super broke, bro, Natty Light, no shame. I don't give a damn. Drink like 18 of them bitches and still not be fully drunk. It was kind of crazy. It was almost a job to drink Natural Light. All right, number 13. Let's see if this makes a difference. But yeah, I was very cheap with alcohol because there's so much of it. You know what's one alcohol that I didn't mind spending the extra money that it cost? It was I didn't drink it for very long. It was kind of novelty for me, but it was called Terrapin, and it was like this it was Yoo-hoo flavored. A Yoo-hoo flavored beer. It was an IPA, I think. They had other stuff, but it stuck out to me and I was like, "Ooh, wow. That's either going to be really good or the grossest shit on this planet. Let's try it." It wasn't bad, man. I went back and bought another 6-pack. I was like, I fucks with this a little bit. And then it started to get old after a while. Kind of like lost its luster. I was like, okay, I'm good with that. That's fine. That was a fun little experiment while it lasted.
Iconic green bottle from, and you might just think, oh, it's a cool looking bottle. It was made in the 1930s. It's old timey looking. That was probably state of the art cool shit back in the day. No, not really. The bottle itself is the most interesting part of the entire process because
it's hideous. It's absolutely hideous.
that bottle was specifically selected through very rigorous scientific study. And by rigorous scientific study, I mean he went and bought a bunch of sample bottles from all the manufacturers around and then tested them all by throwing them at the floor, and this was the last one to break. Okay, homie knew people were gonna get fucked up on Jägermeister. So he's got his product, he's ready to take it to market, he takes it to market.
And what do people do when they get drunk? Stupid shit, borderline violent shit. Really, for the most part. I got so drunk one time that I destroyed the inside of an abandoned trailer just because I could. Me and my buddy. No one cared. It was just there, and we destroyed the fuck out of it. Got super drunk. There was like a fire blazing right there close by. We slept out there too. I think we slept in the trailer after we demolished it. I don't know. But yeah, but I don't know, at the same time, dude, I can imagine that getting hit with a bottle of Jaeger probably hurts more than getting hit with a bottle of beer. Bottle of beer is just gonna break, and you might get cut. This thing will knock you the fuck out, like that one scene from from The Water Boy where he throws the ball out the window and hits Colonel Sanders in the fucking head, and just gone.
And it becomes pretty popular pretty quickly because, unfortunately, Hermann Göring likes it.
Come on.
Who the hell is that?
Like the second most powerful man in Germany in 1934, aka Hitler's right-hand man, Hermann Göring, who
Well, you're a fucking nut.
also holds the title of Reichsjägermeister, aka the Imperial Huntmaster of Germany, the guy that you have to go through to get a hunting license in the entire country. So, I mean, obviously he likes it. It's kind of named after him, even though it wasn't deliberately named after him. It was just named Huntmaster, but that guy's title is the Imperial Huntmaster of Germany. So, like, you know, it's kind of named after him. If there was a beer
Pretty
called
much.
Fat Electrician, I'd probably drink it, even if I had nothing to do with it.
I was literally about to reference that. I like this. Another! He slams it. Oh, and it's named after me too? I love it.
Because of this, Jägermeister gets the nickname Göring Schnapps in Germany through the 1930s and 40s. Right around exactly May 8th, 1945, it loses that nickname.
I did like German beer if y'all have never had the pleasure. Like actual legitimate German beer was fantastic to me. I did like that. But not too often. I had a lot of German beer when I went to Beer Fest, but because I lived in Italy, I was hard pressed to go out of my way for German beer. And a lot of these bars, especially in Italy, they didn't serve German beer, man. They served a whole bunch of fruity shit, vodka Red Bull, and the only import they had in my area, like within a 50-mile radius, dog, was Corona. They didn't have Bud Light. They didn't have Coors Light. They didn't even have Heineken. It was crazy. The only import they had was Corona. So.
And the Jägermeister brand distances itself from the Nazi party for obvious reasons. Okay, it's fine. Don't overthink it. All right, just live.
I don't know if Italians make a good beer. I don't think I had Italian beer. I did go to a vineyard though and get me like 2 gallons of wine for cheap as shit. That was fantastic. I believe it was Moscato that I got. I got 2 gallons of it for like €8, which is like $12 American. I was like, that's fantastic. I will take that. And then I got way too wasted on the Moscato, and the hangover for wine hits so much different than the hangover for beer. So the Moscato didn't hang around in my everyday drinking, but
By the golden rule. Never ask a man how much money he makes, never ask a woman how much she weighs, and never ever ask a German company what the fuck they were up to in the 1930s and 40s, all right? You'll live a happier life. Nobody needs to know that Porsche was making tanks. Anyways.
The dub representing Deutschland.
From here, Jägermeister kind of falls off. It's kind of being promoted as like a digestive.
And yo, what's good to everyone that's new in the stream that I haven't had the time to say hello to? Dude, that's way too drunk if you're waking up in your neighbor's cornfield in just your underwear. That's blackout, my guy. And I'm no stranger to blackout drunk. Matter of fact, that's the way I used to do it. I would drink until it gripped me, until it consumed me, and then I woke up. Dude, one time I did wake up in the shower naked in the fetal position with the water running, puke everywhere. I was like, oh, dude, I gotta stop this. I can't do this. But cold ass water too, because it had been running for however long I was in there. I think I was in there for like, I don't know, 6 hours, just passed the fuck out underwater. And it wasn't like a tub, so there was like no possibility that I would drown, but
aid, like old people are drinking it after dinner to help them digest their food better because it's got all the herbs and spices and botanicals and bullshit in it. Like you were more likely to find it in your grandmother's medicine cabinet than you were like at a bar or at a party. But then somebody,
and that's hilarious because that's what the bottle looks like where it belongs, inside of a medicine cabinet, not inside of a. And do you even put Jaeger in the fridge? It's German, man, and so like they do everything room temperature, even their beer. That's one thing I notice about German beer is it's not ice cold like it is here in the States. No. That shit's like borderline room temperature. And so
came along and changed that. Cue our main character, Sidney Frank. During World War II, he was an engineer working for Pratt & Whitney, helping the Allies.
Hey, I used to work for Pratt & Whitney. That's kind of crazy.
Make bigger, better, faster planes. After he
it's a company that retrofits and builds jet engines. I didn't do anything with the engines. I was a records clerk. I would just mail all these different airlines their schematics and what was done to their engine, because they send the engines to Pratt & Whitney, and then Pratt & Whitney does whatever they do, then they send the engines back, or they just send a request for a build, and then I take all that paperwork, I put it onto a CD, and then I would mail it to the company. Whatever airline, whatever country they were in, I would mail it. I'd have to get the addresses for all these fucking places. Anyways.
Comes back home from World War II, he meets his wife Lois and marries her. And Lois is an heiress to Shenley Industries, one of the biggest alcohol companies in the United States of America, so Frank goes to work at his in-laws' liquor business. He works his way up the ranks and eventually becomes the president of the entire company, and then in 1970, there's this big family dispute, he ends up getting fired and goes off and starts his own rival business, Sidney Frank Importing Company. And then in 1973, he would acquire the exclusive US importing rights for this obscure old liquor from Germany called Jägermeister, which wasn't really that big of a deal at the time because nobody drank Jägermeister. They were only importing 5,000 cases to the entire country.
What's something that you can mix with Jaeger to make it more tolerable? What is in the Jaeger bomb? Did y'all ever tell me? Doesn't a flaming Dr. Pepper have Jaeger in it? That's one thing I did have that I didn't mind, the flaming Dr. Pepper. I don't think I minded that. That wasn't too bad. I just didn't buy it often because not that many places could make it. Oh, it's just an energy drink. Red Bull, Rockstar. Okay. Nah, man. I'd rather I'd rather just drink whatever the fuck Lil Wayne be drinking out of those styrofoam cups, to be completely honest with you. I feel like I get to the same place.
every year, and most of those were going to like herbal pharmacies and stuff. They weren't getting bought up by bars and parties and liquor stores. And that's why he was able to get it. He's a small startup company, just went out on his own. He doesn't have the money to buy the importing license for an entire country for something that's actually popular. So the only thing he can do is gather up a bunch of these little tiny obscure brands and hope they sell, or he could get one and figure out a way to make it popular. And that's exactly what he does. But the problem is how do you make alcoholic cough syrup from a German grandmother's medicine cabinet popular? In Sidney Frank's own words, and I quote, "I'm not selling a drink, I'm selling a lifestyle." Okay, step one, this
I feel like that's the slogan, or at the very at the very least it would fit better for like scotch. Scotch ain't cheap. That is a lifestyle. You have to genuinely love that shit, or be a connoisseur of some kind to be willing to fork out the money to buy that. I can't even tell you the price of Jaeger, to be completely honest. Fucking lifestyle.
stuff tastes horrible. We're gonna make sure that nobody actually tastes it, okay? Jägermeister is not something that you drink like a beer. It's not something that you sip on like whiskey. It's something that you do in a shot. And even then, it tastes horrible, so we're gonna market it that you have to do the shot when the Jägermeister is ice cold, fresh out of the freezer. Okay,
Oh, okay, so I was wrong.
next problem, if the Jägermeister is in the freezer, it's not up behind the bar where people can see it, and if people can't see it, they're
Not gonna order it.
not going to order it because they can't telepathically see what's inside of the freezer, so they have to figure out a way to make it ice cold and
At that point, you kind of just have to hope that a fucking masochist comes in your bar and says, "Barkeep, give me the nastiest shit on the menu." That's not gonna happen.
get it in front of people's faces. Introducing the Jaeger machine that keeps the Jaeger ice cold and is this big
Oh wow, I've never seen one of those.
cool looking thing where the liquor bottles sit on top of it, and that's
Probably because everyone today knows Jaeger exists.
how the bartender is going to get you your shot. And that alone is going to drive the sales of Jägermeister because everybody's going to be like, what the fuck is that thing?
Exactly.
Yes, I want to try it. And because of this, Jaeger becomes outrageously popular in bars all over America.
That's the video. That's what I'm talking about. Jaeger bombs. Jaeger bombs. Yeah, the douchebag guy. I'm sure he's not a douchebag. I don't know. I think this was a skit. And the first time I saw it, I was like, is this a commercial for Jersey Shore? Because I swear to God, that's like the vibe that it fit.
Because it does exactly what a shot is supposed to do.
Jaeger
Shots
bombs.
aren't supposed
Jaeger
to taste
bombs.
good. They're supposed to get you fucked up, and that's what Jaeger specializes in. So now things are
Oh God, I remember that. You drop it in, you fucking chug it, you slam it down with your buddies, and fucking... I don't miss it. I don't miss it.
going pretty good for Jägermeister, so Sidney Frank pushes it even further. He starts marketing to college kids specifically. How does he do this? He starts sponsoring concerts from local popular bands. He starts giving Jaeger out to all the fraternities and giving them to all the college kids that throw parties so that they can use it for their party. He even goes as far as hiring attractive
It's genius. Because just like me, when I was in my Natty Light drinking days, I had another water. I was broke, so I went with the cheapest thing. You go with the cheapest thing, it's fantastic. It's like if you're trying to unload all of your hash brownies, where do you go? Well, you're not going to go to the retirement home. That's for sure. Oh, you're going to go to a concert. Who exists at concerts? Kids and stoners. This guy's a genius.
attractive women dressed up in Jägermeister outfits to go out and give out free shots of Jägermeister called the Jägerettes. Okay, do you understand what he did? He did the Red Bull thing, except he did it like 20 years before Red Bull did it. Red Bull ripped off Jägermeister and Sidney Frank for their entire marketing strategy. Red Bull became popular in bars because they had the little Red Bull cooler right there on the bar for your vodka Red Bulls. Jägermeister did the same thing with the Jäger machine. Red Bull sponsored concerts and college parties. Jägermeister did the same thing.
And another thing about vodka Red Bull is that shit is cheap. Very cheap. The only thing I don't like though is like you'll go to some bars where they will literally you order a vodka Red Bull, oh dog, and it's like 90% Red Bull and 10% vodka. And I'm just like, brother, this is already an ass drink to me in my opinion. And you're fucking me like this? That shit always got on my nerves. It's like buying a bag of chips with like 5 chips in it and the rest is fucking oxygen. Ooh, that chaps my ass.
20 years prior. Red Bull has the Red Bull girls running around giving out cans of free energy drinks, and the Jägerettes are running around giving out shots. Red Bull ripped off Jägermeister's entire marketing strategy and gets all the credit for it. And obviously, the strategy works pretty well. That's why Red Bull ripped it off in the first place, because Jäger is the most popular liquor in America by the early 1990s. I couldn't find concrete...
Yeah, but the difference between the marketing strategy, though, is that Jägermeister doesn't promise you anything. At least I don't think. Red Bull does. It'll give you wings. And you know how many dumb-ass people on this planet probably at one point actually believed that that was true? I wonder what the statistics are for people that drank Red Bull for the sole purpose of trying to jump off their fucking roof. I guarantee there's at the very least 10. It's probably more than that. I'm lowballing it, but...
stats for the early 1990s, but by 2006, Jägermeister by itself accounted for 11% of all liquor imports to the United States. He took Jägermeister from 5,000 cases a year to over 2 million. He didn't make the product better, he didn't make it cheaper, he literally just improved the branding and turned Jägermeister into the most popular liquor in America. So
you know what liquor missed a fantastic branding opportunity? Tequila. Why and with who? Tila Tequila. Do any of you remember? I mean, y'all have to be about as old as me to remember it, if not older. Do any of y'all remember Tila Tequila? Bro, we all followed her on MySpace. Y'all remember that? You couldn't go anywhere on that fucking site without seeing Tila Tequila. And she was almost like Tom. She was friends with everyone. Everyone was friends with her. Everyone followed her page. She was like this cute little Filipino looking girl. I don't know, but she looked like the typical Valley party girl, and they missed out on that. I don't know. Y'all'd have to be as old as me. Google it. You'll see.
by 1997, he's got the most popular liquor in America, and he has exclusive importing rights for the entire country. He's bored. He needs a new side project, so he decides, I'll do it again. I took alcoholic German cough syrup and made it the most popular drink in America.
Imagine what I could do with something that's actually good.
Imagine what I could do if I started from scratch and actually just got to pick the liquor that I wanted to make and then made that popular. So that's exactly what he does.
Me and tequila did not mix, man. It's the only alcohol that when I drank it, I got violent. I got confrontational. It's the only, and that's why I never drank it. Drank it a couple times and then actively avoided it, especially in the service, because it doesn't matter how much alcohol you have inside your body, a punch to the face is a punch to the face, and you can't always control. I just stayed away from it.
So what's going to be the easiest thing to promote? Vodka. Why? Because vodka is literally, by definition, a neutral spirit with no distinct flavor, taste, aroma, or color. Okay, it's rubbing
It's fucking gas.
alcohol mixed with water. That's all vodka is.
I smoked a lot of Black and Milds too. Oh, dude, I miss those days. Black and Mild wine and then Black and Mild vanilla were like my two go-tos for the most part. I always smoke those.
Which means it is the perfect alcohol to be able to launch a luxury brand of and not actually have to do any work on making a good product. Because the entire point of vodka is to look, taste, and smell.
Black and Milds were like a beautiful middle ground for me to where I didn't have to smoke cigars because like I've just never been a cigar person. I smoked my first cigar when I was 12 years old and then got my ass whooped by my mother for smoking. And it was such a lose-lose situation because it was gross. It wasn't even good. And it wasn't weed, so it didn't even get me high. So I felt the shit out of that ass whooping. Man, it was horrible. I risked it for the biscuit, and the biscuit was fucking hard and stale. It was rough.
Like nothing, so what is the difference between luxury nothing and good old garden variety nothing?
Nothing.
So all he has to do is launch a brand and then convince people that his is fancy, and guess who's going to be able to tell? Nobody, because
Nobody.
nothing tastes like fucking nothing.
I can taste air.
How's he going to do it? Step 1, fancy name, Grey Goose. How'd he come up with it? He had already trademarked the name from a previous failed business venture. Step 2, have fancy packaging. He looks around, he's like, okay, what are the most popular vodkas in America? Okay, the most expensive
You know what actually surpassed Grey Goose, I feel? What was it? The Goldschlick vodka? Or the Goldschlager? Whatever the hell it's called, where it has like the golden flakes in it. That shit was expensive. I saw that one time. I went into a liquor store one time with a chick that was with me. And she's like, oh, this looks pretty. This looks cute. We should get this. And I was like, yeah, that's $98. You're out of your fucking mind. You're out of your skull. We just came from Taco Bell, girl. Hell nah. It's like, I remember it being very expensive. And I was like, nope.
vodka in 1997 is Absolute Vodka, selling for $15 a bottle. It's short and fat, cool. We're gonna be tall and skinny. They're the dwarves, we're the elves, we're the fancy ones. And then instead of having a twist top like every other vodka on the planet, we're gonna have a cork in ours. Does it do anything whatsoever?
No, it
No,
doesn't.
but it looks fancy. Absolute Vodka is also the most expensive vodka at the time at $15 a bottle.
Double it.
We're gonna sell ours for $30 a bottle. Because if it's expensive, it must be good, right? Even
No.
if it's nothing. Step 3, convince them that it's
No.
fancy. Convince them that it's luxurious. How are you gonna do that? Well, all the vodka in 1997 is pretty much made in Russia and Poland.
Yeah, that's fine, dude. Every time I went to the liquor store as a 19-year-old with my buddy that had a fake ID, and hell, even when I was living in Italy and there was no age restriction to buy alcohol at the shopette, I walked right past the Absolute, I walked right past the Grey Goose, and guess what I got? Mr. Boston. Because nothing tastes like nothing. Right? And if nothing tastes like nothing, why the shit would I pay $30 when I can just buy Mr. Boston, which is also nothing and also shit, also tastes like fucking ethanol, for man, half the price, sometimes even more than half the price, really, because it comes in a plastic bottle. I never gave a damn, bro. The goal is drunk. Really. But
So what's fancier and more luxurious than Russia or Poland? France. I mean, France is where all the fancy shit comes from, right? Truffles, French wine, getting your ass beat in World War II. Louis Vuitton, champagne, societal adultery to the degree that you have to make it illegal to have paternity tests in your country, because if you had paternity tests readily available, it would break up so many families that it would destroy
society would fall apart.
your country. Paris Fashion Week, the Eiffel
That's
Tower,
hilarious.
the Mona Lisa, those weird loaves of bread that sound like a slur for gay people. You guys get the point. In his
Baguettes.
own words, and I quote, France has the best of everything. It's the home of luxury. We can bottle that. But he's not going to stop there. He's not just going to say it's French vodka. He's going to co-opt as many fancy sounding words as he possibly can. He's going to have his vodka made with wheat from the Picardy region of France because it sounds like Bacardi. Is it better than any other wheat? No, but it sounds fancy. He's going to hire a distillery to make it for him in the Cognac region of France. This is a geographic
This man took a Toyota Corolla and then just put a whole bunch of Lamborghini parts into it. Well, not really. He just put a whole bunch of shit parts in it and gave it the name of a whole bunch of Lamborghini parts. on a Corolla. And people were like, oh yeah, that's good. Gotta be good. I'm buying it.
Location of where the vodka is distilled affect it in any way whatsoever? No, but he gets to say cognac in the advertising now. And then he's going to make sure that that distiller in the cognac region of France filters the vodka over champagne limestone. Is that better than any other type of filtration method? No, but he gets to say champagne limestone. So hey, it's got to be fancy. And then he uses that to basically shit.
Like, dude, I'll buy the bullshit moonshine from a gas station before I buy Grey Goose. Or Absolute Vodka. Or anything else that exceeds that price.
On every other vodka brand, because every other vodka brand at this point in time usually brags about how many times their vodka gets distilled, with the implication being the more times it's distilled, the better the product is. For example, Absolute Vodka claims that they're distilled 100
Another expensive one, dog, Hennessy. That's expensive.
times. Frank flips the script. He goes, well, because I'm using
Trying to think of some other ones that are in the same price range that I just avoided because of the price.
such superior products. I'm using Picardy wheat and I'm filtering over champagne limestone and it's distilled in Cognac, France. I only need to distill it one time because my ingredients are so much better than yours. Even though they're not. It's all just marketing BS.
I lied.
And here's the crazy part. He figures out
This is the same strategy that companies like Fiji Water use on people. Smart Water, Fiji Water. It's water. How is that water better than the $1.29 water like this, Pure Life? What is different? Pure Life and Fiji. Bro, it's water. And I'm not about to get hung up on the filtration. I'm not about to get hung up on the fucking, oh, it's so clear. You could use it as a magnifying glass. No, bro. It's motherfucking agua. But all right though.
all of this before he even finds somebody to make the product. Like, he already knows exactly what ingredients he wants, where he wants it.
Ain't no fucking way. It tastes different. Does it? Does it? Because I've had Fiji water before. I've had Smart Water before. And yeah, it tastes different than tap water or water from your hose in your backyard, but it don't taste different. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. Water is water.
Made, how he wants it filtered, what the bottle's gonna look like, what the
As one thing I took for granted when I was in the service, water was free. Free, man. Pallets of water everywhere. You just go grab one, you take it home. And when you're deployed, it's every corner. Everywhere you look, there's a pallet of water that you can just go grab water. And then when I got out of the service, I quickly realized, oh fuck, I gotta buy water again. That's like one of the one things that I liked. Water was free.
brand is gonna be called. Hasn't even found anybody to actually distill the vodka yet because it's the least important aspect.
Yeah, that is how 50 Cent became a billionaire. Vitamin water. I believe. Which is gross. Vitamin water, it reminds me of Pedialyte. Vitamin water tastes like 0-calorie Gatorade. For real. That's all it tastes like. And you got me fucked if I'm about to pay whatever vitamin water costs when I can just go to Walmart, pay half the price for a whole bunch of little small packets of the same shit and just pour it into a water bottle whenever I want something with flavor. Like, man, I don't know.
Of the entire brand. Because again, nothing tastes like nothing. This is why Costco's brand Kirkland wins all kinds of awards for having the best.
Yeah, dude, all that shit tastes the same to me. All of it. And let me remind you guys, I'm one of the only people in my family. And when I say family, it's more like a fucking village because I have a big ass family. My dad's 1 out of 10. All right, they have kids. The kids have kids. Some of those kids have kids. Big ass family, right? Multiplying like rabbits. All of them drink. At least to my knowledge. Even motherfuckers in my extended family, I know they drink. And then all of my immediate family, including both my sisters, they all drink like fish. Well, not so much my youngest sister, but the one that's in the Air Force. Parents, all that they drink. I'm the only one that doesn't. And dog, yeah, I honestly can't taste the difference between any of that at all whatsoever. I don't know what's in the glass, and I don't know what's in the martini glass or whatever the fuck. I don't know. It's all
blind taste test vodka, because once you take the fancy packaging out of it, it's all the same shit. So he gets that done, he launches the brand, and he specifically targets like ultra high-end bars and like airport lounges for first class people, like people with money that are gonna see the Grey Goose and wanna buy it knowing that it's the most expensive one, because these are the people that when the bartender asks, oh, what kind of vodka did you want? Top shelf, most expensive one, and he's double the price of everyone else. And that's it, that's all it took. Suddenly Grey Goose is known as being the best vodka around because it's the most expensive.
when I guarantee you, if you're a patron of the bars, the bar scene, I'm almost willing to bet. That if you ordered top shelf vodka and the bartender gave you a placebo, i.e., instead of top shelf vodka, he gave you Mr. Boston, would you be able to tell the difference? Truly, really? Because at a certain point, you're going to be drunk. And at that point, you're not going to be paying much attention to what you drink, to what you consume, to what you say, to how you behave. Inhibitions out the window, logic, decision making, all that stuff out the window. Would you really be able to tell the difference? You wouldn't. So why are you spending the difference? So you can look cool? I mean, I can read, like, dude, the goal is drunk. And I can reach that goal faster than you, cheaper than you. So, like, it's not a flex to buy this really expensive alcohol. Maybe it is when you're, like, I don't know, 21 years old or something. And you're the one that's throwing the party, right? I got all this alcohol, like on some super bad shit. But after that, it's like it becomes
and expensive equals the best, and it's hard to disprove it because guess what? It's supposed to taste like fucking nothing, so of course it tastes like all the other nothing, but this nothing is better because it's twice the price. The entire business model is just make people feel special for overpaying for something. Just like when you drink Grey Goose, people know that you have too much fucking money.
Because here at Globo Gym, we're better than you, and we know it.
Okay, on one hand, that's stupid, but on the other hand, it's not stupid if it works, and this fucking works because it becomes the #1 luxury vodka in.
Dude, I did like that sparkling water. My parents always used to give it to me for New Year's Eve. They would buy actual wine for the New Year celebrations. But on top of wine, they would always get the sparkling water so that the kids could also have something similar or equal of that nature just for the moment, just for the time being. My parents never bought that shit outside of that specific, celebrating New Year's. That wasn't a typical purchase for them in their head. Same logic as I have now. How would I buy sparkling water? It doesn't have any alcohol in it. For the kids, really. That's how my parents did it.
The country in like a year. And within 7 years of making the brand seemingly out of thin air, he would sell the entire brand to Bacardi for $2.3 billion with a B.
Love that money that I have accrued over this past.
Bacardi is the most vicious, I feel. Like, there's vodka, and there's, like, you got a whole bunch of clear liquors, man. You got vodka, you got Grey Goose, you got all that stuff. I've had Bacardi before, and there's just something about Bacardi. It almost reminds me of moonshine, the way that it goes down and the way that it feels. And actually, not even moonshine. It legitimately reminds me of rubbing alcohol. The smell, the taste, what it feels like when it goes down, what it feels like when it's done settled. It's akin to drinking actual rubbing alcohol as opposed to some of the other ones. I don't feel that, but with Bacardi, that shit's so egregious.
season.
Okay, do you understand how crazy that is? There's nothing to this company. They don't own a factory where they make the product. They literally just outsource it to a third party. They don't have a secret recipe that somebody's buying the rights to. It's just whatever fucking vodka you want to cram in the bottle. They literally paid $2.3 billion just to have the right to the Grey Goose bottle and the words Grey Goose. That's it. $2.3 billion for a name and a bottle design. And the rest of the business world sees this and they're like, holy shit, that's brilliant. We should do the exact same.
I mean, that's nothing different than everyone that has given Nike money just to have their logo on screen or on the uniform or anywhere that someone can see it. So, yeah, makes sense.
Thing, and this basically
Because people aren't going to know the ins and outs of what's going on. They're not going to know the intricacies of the machine. They just see the machine. So,
was the birth of the ultra high-end luxury vodka market. Everybody else was just doing the same exact thing, trying to be special and luxurious. Like, oh, this one comes inside of a skull. This one's got gold flakes in it. This one's
yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
special and luxurious. Like, oh, this one comes inside of a skull. This one's got gold.
Yeah, the cinnamon flavored. Ugh. God, you might as well drink Fireball, actually. Because I think Fireball's cheaper than this. And
Gold flakes in it. This one's made from grapes and is sponsored by P. Diddy, which backfired spectacularly, by the way.
He'll be home in 2 years. All right, he'll be fine.
Sidney Frank basically just printed $2.3 billion.
and that's another thing. Like if I turn on YouTube or I turn on the TV and I see yet another celebrity plugging another fucking, I mean, dude, it's even seeped in to the YouTube space. Dr. Disrespect fucking did his own whiskey. Everyone tries to, well, not everyone. I don't. There's a lot of people that don't, but there is a rush for it. I feel everyone has their own liquor, and it's just like, brother, there was already enough choices 10 years ago, and now it's just, if you ask me, oversaturated with a whole bunch of shit that I'm glad I quit drinking because I don't want to have to wade through the waters of all of this shit. Really. Kind of like streaming platforms. There's so many now. So many different options. You got to pay for all of them. Like, fuck, man, I'll just stick to one or two that suit me and my lifestyle, but fuck all the rest. Because that's just too much.
Out of thin air. He's 84 years old, so he just starts giving it all away to charity. Giving away hundreds of millions of dollars. He ended up being the biggest donor in Brown University history, did a bunch of philanthropy and a bunch of other stuff.
Oh, I did like Sam Adams, the Boston lager that they had. I wasn't a fan of all the Sam Adams flavors because they did have like a variety pack. They had like a 6-pack that had like one of each theme. The Boston lager was probably my favorite one that tasted the best to me.
And then 2 years later, in 2006, he would pass away from a heart attack on his private jet as a billionaire, which is
not a bad way to die.
Definitely a version of the American dream. And if that doesn't teach you the power of marketing and branding, absolutely nothing will. Thank you for watching.
Yeah.
The best way to support the channel is go buy some merch, maybe drink some Echelon. All that's available over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out.
Yeah. Guy's really, really smart, man. He turned a really, really less than stellar product into a household name. Really, because if we were to have had a conversation about alcohol without this video as context, somebody and or me would have brought up Jaeger. We would have. At some point, that is a natural progression of alcohol. It's embedded not just into this society, but multiple societies around the world, right? So it changes nothing. It's disgusting. And even if I still drank to this day, I would never touch it again because no. Trying to see any comments that No, there's nothing there worth saying out loud. Smirnoff. You know what was like some of the grossest shit that I think the grossest thing I ever saw my parents purchase? Because I tried it. They don't even make this beer anymore, but the grossest thing my dad ever bought that I at one point also tried myself. Y'all remember a beer called Red Dog? It legitimately had a big red ass dog on the can. Bro, but that between that and Ice House. Fucking disgusting. Oh my god. That shit was terrible. Those were two beers that you couldn't even give me for free. I will not accept that. Get that shit away from me. And then my mother, she bought box wine. And I remember the first time I saw that shit sitting in the fridge, I was like, that's an odd looking Capri Sun container. Let's see what's in this. It's even got a little thing. All right, let's check this out. It was not Capri Sun. It was not juice. It was none of that. It was disgusting ass wine, man. And I tried a little bit of it. I spit that shit out so fast. My mom rounded the corner and saw me. She wasn't even mad. She was like, "Yeah, son, that's not that's not juice, dummy." I was like, "Yeah, I got that now. Yeah, good. Shit away from me." She's like, "I'm glad you don't like it." I was like, "Yeah, I hate it. That's terrible. You'll never have to worry about me drinking that. Believe you me." Red Stripe. I saw it. Ugly looking bottle too. Shit. That's another one. It doesn't even look like beer. It looks like a same kind of like vial style bottle that you would see like inside of like an old hospital or like an old mental asylum or something. Very odd, strange looking bottle. I never had it myself. I never tried that one, but I did see it in the store anytime I would go. Boxed Moscato. Okay, Moscato's not bad, dude, but I'm just talking about like that red wine that you drink it. You might as well be drinking. It's like drinking cardboard, if that was possible. That's what it's. It feels like someone liquefied sandpaper, and that's what I'm drinking when I'm drinking that. That's just so bad. I don't. I swear, dude. Only middle-aged moms. I'm not even saying that as a bad thing. I feel like that's the only demographic that drinks boxed wine because my mom also drank that shit, and I was like, dog, ugh. Yeah, I'll do one. Yeah, well, let's do another Fat Electrician video. Do another Fat Files. Before we do another Fat Files, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, guys. I gotta go feed my dog. I gotta use the bathroom, and while I do all of that stuff, I'm gonna smoke while I'm out there feeding her. So we'll do another Fat Electrician. We're gonna do the Subway one. We'll do some more Fat Files. I'm down for more of this today. Well, hold on. See. The worst franchise in America? Subway? Oh man. I don't know, man. Subway was a godsend for again. I don't know about today, but whenever I was a teenager, I remember Subway being cheap. Subway, Taco Bell, Little Caesars, Cece's Pizza, Crystals. Those were the move. They were cheap, and I never really truly believed that I would lose weight by eating Subway. That wasn't the goal. I thought it was good, man. And they had this one thing called the Italian BMT, and the Subway location that I went to a lot. I went there one time, and I was like, "Can I get the Italian BMT?" He's like, "Do you want the other one?" I was like, "What do you mean the other one? There was only one on the menu." He's like, "Well, there's one that isn't on the menu." I was like, "What is it?" He's like, "What's extra meat, extra cheese, extra everything?" I was like, "Yeah, let's do that." Dog, I ate that, and it was like the greatest shit ever. I went back day after day after day after day and got that. And then 2 weeks goes by. I go back. I'm in the mood to eat it again. I go back, and the guy that always sold it to me wasn't there. And it was another person. It was actually the manager of the store. And I was like, "Where's the guy?" And he's like, "Oh, he's not here. He got fired." I was like, "Why?" He's like, "He wasn't doing things by the book. What do you want?" I was like, "Okay, whatever. I can just work. I can work with you. It's fine. Let me get the secret BMT. You know what I'm talking about? Hook me up." And he's like, "We don't have that." I was like, No. The secret one, the other one." He's like, "We don't make that, sir." I was like, "I just came here for 7 straight days and ate it. What do you mean you don't have it?" He's like, "That's not part of our menu." I was like, "Is that the reason that homeboy got fired?" He's like, "It is indeed." I was like, "But it's what I'm asking for. It's what I'm asking for. I want it. Can you not make it?" He's like, "Cannot do that." I was like, "Well, you know what? Fuck you then. I'm gonna go to Burger King. I'm gonna go to Burger King where I can have it my way, because apparently I can't have it my way at Subway. It really is Subway. It's not my way." I was angry because that shit was so good, and then it just got ripped out of my life like it was never there to begin with. I was like, this can't stand. This can't stand. I'm gonna write my fucking congressman. Nah, I don't like Jimmy John's. Nah, Jimmy John's pissed me off too many times getting my order wrong. And then they always used to advertise, remember when Jimmy John's always used to advertise how fast they were? Jimmy John's is really fast. How fast is Jimmy John's? They're really fast. How fast is fast? Fast is fast. Fast is really fast. Jimmy John's is really fast. Jimmy John's is that fast. Remember that commercial? Yeah, they don't do that anymore. Because they used to have this thing where, like, if they didn't get there in time, they'd have to refund your money. I think that was the case. Yeah. They fucking suck and probably had to refund so much money. They don't even do that anymore. I don't even think they advertise that anymore. Like, that they'll get to your place super quickly. And then they always got my order wrong and shit. And, like, one time I decided to give Jimmy John's the benefit of the doubt. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to order from Jimmy John's. I'm actually just going to go to Jimmy John's, right? If I go, there's no way they fuck anything up, right? Wrong. No. Still, like, I was like, I'm so done with y'all, man. And you know what? Moe's is better than you. I'm just going to go to Moe's. Actually, not Moe's, because Moe's is like burritos and shit. I'm just going to go to Firehouse. Firehouse is better than you. Y'all are pissing me off, man. I just can't with Jimmy John's. Jimmy John's kind of like, maybe the one you have is like better than the one I had. Which, to be fair, now that I'm remembering, the Jimmy John's that I was going to was on the south side of town. The south side of town is not really a favorable spot for employees, I guess. It's no Chick-fil-A. I'll say that. It's fucking Every time I go to Chick-fil-A, it spoils me, and then I fuck around and go to Taco Bell, and I get some lackluster ass service, and I'm just like, I swear. Let me run this place. Let me run this place one time. I'll have y'all looking like Chick-fil-A. Go in there with a drill sergeant attitude and everything. Just fix everything right up. Kind of like Bar Rescue, but for these shit restaurants with trash ass employees. Yo, put me on the case. Whip these fuckers up. But that still doesn't even chap my ass as much as when I went to Panera Bread and they told me they were out of bread. I was like, it's in your name. That's unacceptable. That can't happen. What are you talking about? There's no bread. You're Panera Bread. Make that make sense. Doesn't. Okay. We're gonna do this. It's gonna suck because if I want to upload this later, I'll have to edit this and then skip forward and edit I'll be right back. And you know what? So y'all aren't sitting here in silence. We're gonna ooh, bourbon. That's too much. Oh, you know what's one we didn't mention that I actually enjoyed in my drinking days? Crown. Didn't think of that. Crown. And when you talk about fancy looking bottles, Crown, Crown Royale, Crown, I feel is up there. That's a very fancy looking bottle. I did purchase Crown. Crown Vanilla was probably my favorite. Just regular OG Crown is fine with me. That's like one liquor where I could drink it without a chaser. I could drink it without mixing it. I could just drink it. It's not bad. I never minded Crown. And then also Jack Daniels, but I only ever drank Jack and Coke. I refuse to drink Jack by itself. And then Sailor Jerry's was another one, another whiskey that I was fond of that I never drank it by itself. I only drank it with Coke. Sailor Jerry's, I feel, is literally a fucking clone of Jack Daniels, in my opinion. But hey, whiskey's whiskey, dude. Just like liquor's liquor and beer's beer. So yeah, dude, right? Glass soda bottles. Dude, if I see a glass soda bottle, I'll buy it. Just because of the novelty of like glass soda bottles, because you don't see glass, it's always plastic or it's aluminum in the can. Glass soda bottles, I feel like that's a relic of the past. That's kind of like the OG iPod. You rarely see those anymore. So just like a $2 bill, you find one. I don't know. Hold on to it. It's not worth shit, but it's just something from the past that really doesn't exist today. Kind of like a newspaper, right? I'm sure newspapers still exist, but when was the last time y'all actually saw one? When was the last time y'all actually saw those like little cubicles that had all the newspapers in it and you stuck in like 2 quarters and you opened it, you grab your newspaper and then you went about the rest of your day? I haven't seen one of those since like the Dumb and Dumber movie. I think I did see some in real life when I was a child, but I'm wasting time. Sorry. You know what? We'll do this. This is gonna be loud. Sorry.
MAGA Republicans ended diversity.
Sorry about that. Dude, yeah, flea markets will get you. Flea markets will get you. And I don't even want to say like that's like strictly for old people either, because a flea market got my ass when I was like in my early 20s. I was like, this place is amazing. There was nothing that you couldn't buy. There was nothing they didn't have. They even had dogs for sale. They had bloodhounds, they had Rottweilers, they had Dobermans. I was like, dude, this place is fantastic. And I wanted to go back. I was like, I can't go back there, bro. I'm gonna spend too much money and I'm gonna end up buying a whole bunch of shit that I don't actually need. I just want it. So gotta stay away from the fucking flea markets, man. That if you're not careful, like them adding microtransactions to your favorite video game, you're fucked. Okay. We'll be right back.
Keep on working, I won't stop, I won't quit. To the top of this shit, I get lost in ripping out a bitch. I get mad, I get pissed, I get after this shit. Hit the gas, feel the grip, adrenaline, never miss. I'm not patient, but I've learned to embrace it. Cause I've been working, I've been waiting, never complacent. Cause I'm so close, I can taste it. Wanted away from everything I've been chasing. I'm honest, and I promise that I got this. I'm launching, all I've wanted has been exhausting. I'll teach you how to harness, control the conscious. You got this, yeah you got this, you gotta want it. Life ain't fair, are you gonna win or will you play scared? I will not stop, I am prepared to get to the top, yeah you must be rare. Got 'em like hey, I will not stop, I am prepared to get to the top, yeah you must be rare. You got one shot, life ain't fair, are you gonna win or will you play scared? I will not stop, I am prepared to get to the top, yeah you must be rare. Got 'em like hey, I will not stop, I am prepared to get to the top, yeah you must be rare. Yeah, watch out, I'm fighting hard for the crown. Yeah, no doubt I'll be the best pound for pound. I'm obsessed with winning, this is my house. So watch out, I'm coming to the top. I vow, yeah, I'm addicted to winning. If that's a sin, I'll be sinning. I'm disciplined when I'm in it, and this is just the beginning. The money, yeah, I'll be printing while helping others make millions. See, I'm not selfish, no villain, but still I'm making a killing. I'm here for greatness, you can't lock me into cages. Deserve to be on stages, I will be the greatest. Do it yourself, I made it. DIY from the basement, I'll take my life into my own hands. My own plan, yeah, I got a backbone, designing my own program. I'll mentor the next wave of the bravest, so don't be late, I'm about to make changes. Life ain't fair, are you gonna win or will you play scared? I will not stop, I am prepared to get to the top, yeah you must be rare. Got 'em like hey, I will not stop, I am prepared to get to the top, yeah you must be rare. You got one shot, life ain't fair, are you gonna win or will you play scared? I will not stop, I am prepared to get to the top, yeah you must be rare. Got 'em like I will not stop, I am prepared to get to the top, yeah you must be rare. Y'all know me, it's not coming, to be the best I can be on the mountain. I see you on the other side, gonna live my best life, pushing on to the thing that is coming. Y'all know me, it's not coming, to be the best I can be on the mountain. I see you on the other side, gonna live my best life, pushing on to the thing that is coming.
Opioid addiction gets between you and what you love. Once monthly Sublocade may help you move forward in your recovery. Sublocade with counseling and psychosocial support treats moderate to severe opioid addiction in adults started on an oral dose of buprenorphine or already on buprenorphine. Sublocade is just one dose that lasts all month long with no complete detox required. Buprenorphine should be started after the first signs of withdrawal. Sublocade may cause harm or death if injected in a vein. As an opioid, it may cause serious life-threatening breathing problems. Ask about naloxone for opioid overdose. Get emergency help right away if you're faint, dizzy, sleepy, confused, have problems breathing, seeing, or talking, or if naloxone is given. Don't take with other opioids, benzos, alcohol, or other drugs, including street drugs. This can cause severe drowsiness, decreased awareness, breathing problems, coma, and death. In emergencies, tell medical staff you're on Sublocade for opioid dependence. This isn't a full list of risks and side effects. Talk to your doctor and read patient label for more information. If you or a loved one is struggling with opioid addiction, visit Sublocade.com.
Zoom in, sweetheart. My eyes are bad.
Some people can't help themselves. But with this little baby, my biz stays my biz. Can your phone do that?
Yeah. Sometimes I get so mad, there's no control in me. My thoughts get so bad, I'm like, I might grab a bat, I don't know. My wrath, my blood boils over like, oh God, here goes. I lost all feeling from my head to my toes. You said some shit that I can't let go, so just stay tuned for the rest of the show. So have you ever
I can't believe it played for this long without commercials. Or did y'all have commercials during this? Okay. Oh, y'all had ads? I'm sorry. That usually happens when I play... Had I played my intro music, that shit's ad free, but this isn't. That shit doesn't have ads because it's all the way through. The reason this has ads is because it has chapters for each track, and the other one is just like all the way through, unfortunately. So sorry. I tried to move as fast as I possibly could. Oh no. Here we are. The worst franchise in America. Good old Subway.
You know it's gonna be good when I have to call my lawyer before I post the video.
I mean, might be true. I remember I was like 17 when my buddies worked at Subway. And the way he describes it to me is he hated every waking moment of it. Granted, I don't think he worked at any other I think that was the only fast food place that he worked at, so he couldn't compare it to anything. Maybe it was just, you know, the fast food life. But yeah, he had no shortage of negative shit to say about this place. All right.
Before I post the video. Today we're talking about Subway. Why? Because I went there for like the first time in 10 years the other day and they asked me for a tip at checkout, which annoyed me. So then I looked into it and then I found out that you can get hepatitis from a sandwich. I'm not exaggerating, that actually happened and it's like the tip of the iceberg. And to be honest with you, this is also the part where my lawyer explicitly told me to insert a disclaimer in this video. So here's...
What do y'all need a tip for? Because you made the sandwich? No. I can understand if, like, you're a chef. You know, like, I can understand if Gordon Ramsay made your sandwich. He doesn't need a tip. He's rich as shit. But, you know what I mean? Like, on that level. If, like... But, dog, that's nonsense. I'm literally telling you what I want on it. You're not just like, I don't get it. I want lettuce. Okay, cool. Lettuce. Tomatoes. Onions. Olives. Cheese. Oh, that's it? Okay, cool. Here you go. I don't understand. That's essentially what I did when I worked at Chick-fil-A. And you don't get a tip for being a cashier. That's essentially... I don't understand. That's crazy to me. I'd leave. I wouldn't even order. I'd actually just cancel the order. Like, you know what? Never mind.
Jake the lawyer, aka the Internet Esquire.
Okay, here's the deal, Subway Group, now wholly owned by affiliates of Rourke Capital and formerly known as Pete's Super Submarine Sandwiches. My client, the Mr. Fat Electrician, is providing in this video true or substantially true information derived from reasonably reliable and publicly available material. There are no known falsehoods made, and any analysis of the material presented is made.
This is so that Subway doesn't get super butthurt and sues Fat Electrician. Kind of like the Adams County Police Department tried to do to Afro Man. Sweet Jesus.
It's solely for the purposes of news reporting, protected commentary, or new understandings. In no way is this video or the things said by my client in this video in any medium now known or hereafter devised throughout the universe and in perpetuity in any way a sponsorship or endorsement of Subway Group. And any so-called conclusions drawn by my client as a result of the material are that of opinion, satire, or are otherwise accurate depictions preserved in their full context when not otherwise artistically interpreted for the purposes of valuable public commentary. And notwithstanding the foregoing, we reserve all right, title, and interest in and to the presentation of the materials presented in this audiovisual format, and with God as our witness, pray that no binders be bound against you as a result of this video. I'm Jake the Lawyer, signing off.
All right, in case you can't tell, this video is going to be unhinged, so let's just get the ad out of the way now, and then we can watch my blood pressure rise.
That That was a really long way of saying anything I say here, there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. Not even a little bit. So, if you try to go to the defamation route, that won't work. We got that covered. So just be quiet. Take your spanking.
The next 15 minutes straight. This video is brought to you by Supremacy World War III, a free-to-play online PvP strategy-based game available on mobile and desktop. And the entire time I was in college.
Hold on.
Is a problem.
Got a what? Okay.
I pretty much exclusively survived off of Subway.
I know what he's gonna say. And I live the same life. Subway, I just mentioned them. Subway, Taco Bell, crystals. Dude, a lot of crystals. We were just talking about alcohol. So, crystals and natural light. That is, I feel, still the recipe for a lot of either young adolescent or very young adults between the ages of 18 and 21, because that's what I survived off of, really, for the most part. Dude, waking up hungover as shit and going to CC's Pizza, which is like a buffet for pizza. That's all they have is pizza.
I used to go to Subway
That's where I discovered my love for pineapple pizza.
Every single day my junior, senior year of high school, and the entire time I was in college. I pretty much exclusively survived off of Subway and protein shakes. And this is back in the day when that Jared from Subway guy that lost a bunch of weight was still in every other TV commercial and plastered all over billboards all over the country, and
Just in case you guys don't remember, Jared here is currently serving a however long sentence in prison for being a pedophile. I don't know if y'all knew that. I feel like the whole world knows that, even if you weren't even alive when it happened. More than likely heard about it or found out after the fact. No, he did get a substantial sentence. He's still in prison as we speak, right now. He will get out before I die, though. Which, let's assume that I live to be 75. He will be out before then. But yeah, I will never not think that the punishment for that should be death. But
longs were $5. So when I went into Subway the other day for the first time in like 10 years, I was expecting the price, probably went up a little bit. Inflation, everything going on. It's probably not $5 anymore. That's fine. I go in, I have my sandwich made, I get to checkout. My sandwich was like $19.
They said market price.
So right out of
and you know what's crazy? $19 for a fucking sandwich, dog. That's gross. $19? Dude, I don't even think a Big Mac meal. Actually, it might. It might, depending on where you live. I don't know. I'm naturally from the South, guys. So like, even after inflation, everything is still relatively cheap down south. But I did go to a McDonald's here in Virginia a couple months back. A few months back. Me and my niece. Just me and her. It's like 25 something. I can't even remember what I ordered, but I was really hungry. But still.
the gate, there's some sticker shock, but immediately I'm looking for silver linings. I'm like, okay, Subway's probably one of these companies that has like a pretty high minimum wage for their workers, and
so like $19, let's just say, like that's still too much, because I've been to Subway. You get, oh dude, you get the chips, you get the drink, you get the sub, and then I think the cookies were always expensive, even when I was younger. It was like $3.80 for a cookie. I had to really be in the mood to buy that, really, even back in my time when everything was relatively, well, not, I wouldn't say cheap, but definitely not as expensive as it is now. Yeah, but that's still egregious. For real. $19 is, dude. You know that $19 is what I paid to go see Deadpool and Wolverine? Yeah. I They didn't have a they didn't have a matinee. I would have gone. I'm old, right? So like naturally, matinee is my style. They didn't have one. And then they only had one option and it was like the best, most fantastical HD, the fucking 1080, 4000K surround sound. Like it was the whole shebang, right? That was the only option they had for Deadpool Wolverine at the time that I went. I didn't reserve anything. I didn't plan shit out. I like doing shit how I used to do it. I just go to the theater. I see. Oh, look. Yep. I'd watch that, and then I go. Naturally, I knew what I wanted to watch, and then I went. I don't make plans for these things. I just like going impromptu. That's about how much I paid, dog. $18.95, I think, is what I paid for just myself. And you're telling me that for a 2.5 hour film, it cost the same as a sub from Subway? That doesn't even seem right.
That's what's going to justify the price of the sandwich. It's actually going to the worker that, you know what, that's fine. And then the cashier does the classic swivel the fucking tablet around asking me how much money I want to leave for a tip.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Immediately, I cave to societal pressure because I don't want this young lady to think I'm an asshole, so I leave a tip, I grab my sandwich, I go eat.
Why? I'm not caving to that. I don't feel bad whenever I hit no on the little thing at the gas station whenever they're asking me to donate to muscular dystrophy. I don't feel bad about that. The cashier doesn't make me feel bad about that. There's no shortage of people that want you to donate shit, and there's nothing wrong with saying no. Man, it's your money at the end of the day. I'm not going to let society or anybody else make me feel bad just because I didn't cough up an extra fucking $3 that I really don't have to be honest. And it's really shitty of you to try to make me feel bad for it. So
my sandwich. While I'm eating the sandwich, I'm just stewing. Like I don't think I should have to tip the people that work at Subway. Not because I don't.
Honestly, the guy that gave me the secret menu at Subway, he did deserve a tip. Because he went above and beyond. He got fired for that. Because I don't know, man, I guess it's strict if you deviate from the menu or if you. But you know what? It was kind of like the same thing. Once upon a time, when I was like 17 years old, I worked at Hollister, a clothing store, and they play a specific type of music in Hollister, and it never deviates at all, ever. And my manager one day, this cool black chick, she decided that she was gonna play some Trick Daddy during shift. During work and not the typical Paramore that is usually played. She got fired for that. Just for deviating from the music. Really, got fired for it. And mainly because it's Trick Daddy and his lyrics are not so savory for that environment that has moms in there with their adolescent daughters and sons. So that was probably a contributing factor. But still,
I don't think, they provide a service, they did a good job, or, they deserve to make more money. They do, that's fine. But the company should be paying them more fucking money. I just paid.
Yeah, dude, I remember $5 foot long. Y'all remember that? Man. And to this day, I believe that Little Caesars is still doing $5 pizzas. So Subway, y'all fucking up.
300% more money for my sandwich. Pay your employees more money. I understand Subway's a restaurant and you tip people.
If you paid your employees more money, you wouldn't have to ask for a tip and put off your customers. The reason it works for Starbucks is because people are heavily addicted to coffee. No one is actually addicted to Subway.
People that work at restaurants, but it's not like I sat down, a waiter came out, took my drink order, took my food order, brought me my food. There was no service involved, okay?
Yeah, I had to stand in a damn line. And then I literally had to tell you what I wanted, and then you picked it up. Dude, it's no different than my days at Chick-fil-A. You told me what you wanted. Cool, nice. I turn around, I look at a screen, I put your shit in a bag, and I give it to you. I didn't do anything. Really, at the end of the day, I did nothing, man. The fact that I got paid as much as what I got paid for just doing that was, in my eyes, was a fucking miracle. Really. I just stood there all day. That's it. For 8 straight hours, I would just stand there. What do you want? Well, I was friendly. Hi, welcome to Chick-fil-A. How may I serve you? Do all that nonsense. And then I just put it in the fucking bag, man. And it's Chick-fil-A, and they only hire one type of employee, and that's kids, teenagers. So I was in a pretty good spot to hook up with a whole bunch of cute girls that I would have never otherwise met if it hadn't been for Chick-fil-A.
I stood there and told you how to make the fucking sandwich.
Exactly.
I was the project manager on this sandwich, okay? As far as I'm concerned, I'm part of the team.
Part of the crew, part of the ship. Part of the crew, part of the ship.
At this point, I become convinced at some point in the past 10 years, all the big wigs at Subway got together in their headquarters in some secret underground layer underneath the volcano or wherever Subway's headquarters is, and they had a meeting, and in that meeting, they were like, okay, guys, we need to pay our employees more money. Option A, we can raise the price of the sandwich 300% and pay our employees more money. Option...
You know, on the flip side of Subway, you have something like Five Guys that, dog, you are going to spend $19, probably. But they give you so many fries. I feel like the amount of fries they give you is worth $19, but it's a double-edged sword because are you really gonna, unless you have an air fryer and you can salvage it, if you don't, you're not gonna put fries back in the microwave a couple of hours later because they're soggy, they're soft, the borderline tastes like, I don't know, wet cardboard. So, I mean, but still.
B, we can raise the price of the sandwich 300%, and then...
Yeah, I don't go to Five Guys often just because of the price, but man, if I'm starving and I'm like really feeling it, yeah, I'll go to Five Guys. I don't mind spending that money at Five Guys because I get a lot. You just really have to make sure you have an air fryer for those fries. You don't want to put any fries back in the microwave. I don't care where they come from. Yeah, I've never encountered a Jersey Mike's because I've always spent my existence in the South and I haven't seen one here. So,
and we can add a tip screen. That way, when the employees are mad they're not making enough money, we shift the blame from us.
Whatever happened to Quiznos? Gone, probably. That and Blimpies. Oh, God, dude, Blimpies was bad. That was not good. I feel like the food I ate at the high school cafeteria was better than Blimpies. And I don't know what happened to Quiznos, but man, those two in particular were not that good to me. I was like, man, this ain't good. So probably out of business, to be honest, probably gone.
Us to the customers. Okay, I'm sorry, you don't get to charge me 4 times as much for a sandwich and then also try to paint me as an asshole to the high schooler behind the cash register. It's not gonna happen. So now I gotta know everything. I start digging into Subway.
What is... Grab a shovel.
So once upon a time, 1965, there's a 17-year-old kid named Fred DeLuca, and he wants to go off to medical school, but he doesn't have enough money to pay for it. So he's like, hey, my family has this rich friend. He's a nuclear physicist. He's got all kinds of money. I'm gonna go to him and ask for his advice, probably secretly hoping that the guy's just gonna offer to pay for my college. To his surprise,
or at the very least offer you a job.
Instead, nuclear physicist guy is like, I'm not going to pay for your college, but I will give you $1,000 to start a sandwich shop, and me and you can go into business together, and then you can use the money from the sandwich shop to pay for medical school. And $1,000.
Unbeknownst to him, he's going to make so much money from this sandwich shop. He's going to be able to own the fucking medical school.
$1,000 in 1965 is like 20 grand today, so not an insignificant amount of money. So they open up Pete's Submarines, which is the original name for Subway, and for the first...
I actually didn't know that. I didn't know this bit of history from of Subway.
Couple of years, they don't really make any money.
There was an A&W for quite a while in my hometown. It was by the hospital, but I don't know. I don't know if it's still that. I don't think it's there anymore, to be honest. Same with Denny's. We used to have a Denny's that is just, I don't think Denny's exists anymore. At least it doesn't in my hometown.
And a humongous problem they have is people keep calling to order pizza. Because apparently Fred DeLuca and all the radio advertising...
Eat Subway, and it sounds like Pizza Way if you say it really fast. Eat Subway, Pizza Boy, Pizza Boy. Just, there's pizza in there.
...has a thick New York accent, so when he says Pete's Submarines, what people hear is Pizza Marines. So rather than learning how to say Pete's Submarines, he's like, fuck it, we're just gonna rename the restaurant Subway. From here, they start like breaking even. They're making a little bit of money, but like it's nothing to write home about. He's not gonna be able to go to medical school anytime soon. And he's like, okay, hear me out. I've got an idea.
We can just lie to people and tell them that eating our sandwiches will make you lose a whole bunch of weight. But no, this is definitely pre-Jared still. So
really making any money with the submarine shop. What if we double down and open a second submarine shop?
Dream big, right?
Basically, he uses reverse psychology into tricking people to come in to eat these sandwiches, because when he opens up a second location, people are like, oh my God, they're opening up second locations. They're expanding. They must be delicious. And he starts getting more business. Some of the best advice I've ever heard in my entire life when I was in the military was fake it till you make it. And that's exactly what they're doing here. And it works. Now, ultimately, this is going to be their...
That's kind of like the same logic that people that viewbot their streams, actually. That actually comes to mind, because in their head they're thinking, well, the viewers aren't real, but the number says 4,000. So to anyone browsing through streams looking for something to watch, what do you think they're going to click on? Something that has 4,000 viewers or something that has 4? Because obviously whatever has 4,000, it's got to be entertaining, right? It's got to be worth watching, right? It's got to be at least fun and engaging, correct? No, it's fake. It's a facade. It's not real. It's just tricking you into believing that it is.
Downfall, but at the time, it makes sense. Fred identifies, hey...
So if you ever see a stream that has 4,000 viewers, but their chat is moving at the pace of mine, they're viewbotting. They're cheating.
Rapid expansion is what's making money. We're going to keep rapidly expanding. More locations, more...
Except here, this is just smart business practice. Well, it's a heavy gamble, really, because you're putting a lot of money into something you're not even sure if it's going to work. The double down, like, that's crazy here.
Money, more market dominance. Makes sense. So they start opening up Subways everywhere, and then they start franchising, which is, you know...
I was a big fan of buffets when I was younger, not so much as an adult. The last time I went to a buffet... post 18 years old was the last time I went to a buffet. It was like right when I got out of the service, and it was Golden Corral. Never went to another. I was very partial to Ryan's when I was younger, but aside from that, I did like them, but just not as I got older.
Basically, hey, you can use my branding, you can use all my vendors, I'll show you how to do this job. You pay me a bunch of money to open up a Subway, and then you give me like a percentage of your cut, and then they just start opening up franchises all over the United States. And this is actually brilliant for Subway, because Subway has a ton of advantages when it comes to franchising. Because Subway, they're just making sandwiches. They don't need deep fryers, they don't need a big cooktop, they don't need all the stuff that other restaurants need, they don't need a ton of special equipment, there's not a bunch of special training. Everybody on the planet knows how to make a sandwich. So the overhead to open up...
Yeah, dude, and it begs the question. If you let me, and you gave me the gloves, I could theoretically just do this my fucking self. You know, actually, Subway could actually cut out the cashier and the employee entirely. Make Subway a build it yourself type establishment, where instead of the glass being here, the glass is over there. And you just, like a buffet, you go in, you make your sandwich, whatever. Some sanitary hurdles to jump there, as far as, but because you are dealing with lettuce and a whole bunch of people putting their hands into... And you could tell your customers to wear gloves, but you're not going to, and not all the customers will. Kind of a nightmare. But still, theoretically, what they do, I could do it myself because I already know what I want. I can literally see it. It's not like I'm having to actually make the fucking bread. It's already there.
New restaurant is extremely low. The amount of training you have to give employees is extremely low, and the amount of space that you actually need to have a functioning Subway is also extremely low, because again, they don't have ovens and deep fryers and all that other shit. Which also means that it's really cheap to start a Subway because there's not a lot of overhead, so you could open up a Subway for like $150,000 to $200,000, where competitors like McDonald's are like $2 million to open up a McDonald's. And this is where Subway's fixation with hyper expansion starts to bite them in the ass, because again, that's all they care about, just more Subways. More Subways is the answer. More Subways equals more money.
Yeah, sure, but the more Subways that you add, and especially since it's such a low ceiling and such low effort compared to the competitors, you run the risk of more locations failing. That's just natural. I feel. I feel like your competitors, they're only going to open locations that they know are going to succeed. Otherwise, they're not going to waste the effort. You're actually putting in the effort, and yeah, some work, but there is a high percentage of locations that fail. And that's like killing your revenue. I don't know.
Typically, with a franchise, the franchising company, like Subway or McDonald's, is committed to making sure that their franchisees, aka their restaurant locations and their owners, are successful. There's a lot of ways that they do this, and one of the big ones is typically having territories. So like Chick-fil-A or McDonald's will look at a city and be like, okay, this city has one McDonald's, it's big enough for two McDonald's, but we're gonna stick it on the other.
Dude, Chick-fil-A took over my fucking town. In my hometown, there's 7. 7, dog. And you could probably reach all of them. They're all within 45 minutes of each other. You could visit all 7 locations within an hour, really, for the most part, around the city, depending on traffic. It's wild.
End of town, so both of these franchises can be successful. Subway, on the other hand, doesn't appear to give a shit because remember, all they care about is having more Subways. More equals more money, so they don't care how close they get put together, and there's Subways across the street from Subways all over America. I'm not exaggerating. In my small town in Iowa, there's 3 Subways, and 2 of them are in the same parking lot. One of them is in Walmart, and the other one is like 200 yards outside the front doors of Walmart as a standalone Subway.
Yeah, so there's... In my hometown, there's the Peachtree Mall. There is a Chick-fil-A inside of the mall in the food court. If you leave the mall, you go back out on the main road and you make a right and you drive 5 minutes, there is another Chick-fil-A at the corner. You could walk from one to the other in less than 10 minutes. It's kind of heavy traffic there because the airport's there, the mall is there, there's a college right on the other side and stuff like that. Heavy traffic there, but still, it's just like, but where it works for Chick-fil-A, and this doesn't work for, it's not going to work for Subway, Chick-fil-A is more popular. They got more clout, and it's better. I like Chick-fil-A way more than I like Subway.
Obviously, they start cannibalizing each other's profits. They're literally competing with themselves.
And you probably have a whole bunch of locations that probably never see a single customer all day. Maybe 1, maybe 2. And then it begs the question, why is it even there? Because the one across the street can handle all of this. The one right up the road can handle all of this. But that's just for Subway. Again, on the flip side of that, what I keep mentioning, Chick-fil-A, the 2 that I'm talking about in my hometown, they're not that far apart. But if you go to either one at the same time, right? They both have long-ass lines. The one on the corner, long-ass lines wrapped around. And the one inside the mall, packed every single time. Whereas you look at these Subways, they're probably both fucking empty. And one receives significantly more traffic, but it's barely any traffic at all, probably.
That's not even the worst part. The overall franchise agreement, I've looked into a lot of restaurants to have franchising. This is the worst one by far. I would be shocked if it's not the worst one on the planet. Not only if you open up a Subway, will they let somebody else open up another Subway right across the street and cannibalize a lot of your profits, they also have like the highest franchise fee that I've ever come across at 12.5%. And a franchise fee is taken from gross revenue.
This would be the equivalent, guys, like if I made another YouTube channel doing the same fucking thing I'm doing on this YouTube channel and uploaded all of these videos and streams to that channel. And then I made another channel and uploaded all this content to that channel. And then another channel. And then another channel. And then another channel. Right? So I have 10 fucking channels all revolving around the same thing I'm doing here. Yeah, sure, I'll continue to get the views and the engagement that I'm getting here, but all those other ones, it's gonna be nothing. Literally nothing. It's not even gonna, those channels would not even meet the threshold for me to even monetize them. The time spent, hell, the time spent that it takes to create these channels, really, with a new email and stuff like that, you're just wasting time, you're wasting effort, you're throwing money out the window because you got to build these locations, you got to get licensing with the city. It's not an easy process. where that time and that energy and those resources can be allocated somewhere else. I don't know. More is not better in this case. It's actually to your detriment. Which, if you're looking to get into franchising with Subway, this might put you off because there's probably a lot of people that have, and they were out of the business as fast as they got in because it failed. Because Subway's they're not upkeeping the way they should, and they're putting out more than what they can maintain.
Not gross profit, meaning before you even take out all the costs of running this business, Subway's taking 12.5% right off the top. To put it into perspective, McDonald's franchise fee is 8%, so Subway's is 50% higher for a much simpler business. And that's not even the worst part. In the Subway franchise agreement, well, in every franchise agreement, really, there's, terms where you can revoke somebody's franchise. Basically, like if a McDonald's or a Chick-fil-A isn't living up to the McDonald's or Chick-fil-A name, they can take away the name so you're no longer a McDonald's or a Chick-fil-A, so you don't ruin their reputation across the entire country. And Subway has the same thing. That's fine, but theirs is intentionally broad, and they can basically take your location from you for a wide variety of reasons, and they've been taken to court multiple times.
Again, exactly. What incentive does the franchisee have to get into business with you? This shit's off-putting. It's
being accused of nitpicking minor stuff to take over very profitable locations, including in 2005 when they seized 2 Subways in Dallas, Texas from a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserve who was actively on deployment in fucking Afghanistan. Now, to be fair, I don't know what their justification was for why they seized the locations, but considering the fact that in 2009, Subway lost the court case to said lieutenant colonel because they deemed it illegal, I'm gonna say they weren't fucking good enough. But hypothetically, just for fun, let's just say they were good reasons. Subway corporate identifies 2 restaurants in Dallas, Texas that aren't living up to the Subway standard, and they're like, what's going on here? What should we do? Oh, the owner's on deployment in fucking Afghanistan and isn't there to run it appropriately. Should we A, step in and help during the most stressful time of their entire life, presumably? Or should we B,
hostile takeover? Let's do
repo their businesses, take their family's livelihood, so that while they're also fighting a war, they can deal about their family back home and losing their business. Huge W for corporate Subway. Makes them look great. I'm sorry, I'm getting horrifically sidetracked, but you guys get it. The franchise agreement is complete and utter bullshit and has been for the majority, if not the entire time Subway's been in business.
So it's not that they're strict. That's not the fear. The fear isn't that there's so many rules in place that you might fuck up and it's like a one-time strike and you're out, right? No. The fear is that you're actually going to run your business very, very well, and it's going to make a lot of profits and be very, very good. Subway's going to see that. They can be like, you know what? Actually, we want that back. We're going to take over from here. Thank you for your hard work. We appreciate it. Now get out. Yeah, no. You got me? No. Absolutely not. I'd take you to court too.
Back to the timeline. In the 1980s and the 1990s, Subway is growing like crazy, and then in 1999, they have their first major scandal when 32 people in Seattle got hepatitis from 2 different Subway locations for eating a sandwich. One of which was a 6-year-old boy who went into acute liver failure and had to get a liver transplant.
MAGA Republicans are stealing.
Where did that happen at? That's Well, I mean, I remember once upon a time we watched a video of like, the video was titled "The Craziest Things That Have Ever Been Found Inside of Fast Food." One was, just to give you an example, one was a rat. Another one was a needle. And last but not least, a used condom. Yeah. So, you say hepatitis. What was it, B? Or no? Is that worse than what I just mentioned? Or is it like kind of on the same level? I don't know. I feel like it's pretty bad. Good or worse, nothing other than the intended fucking food should be in your food. Jack in the Box was, dude, the first and only time I had Jack in the Box, it made me sick. I never went back. I was like, nope. Lucky for me, there was a In-N-Out right across the street. Or like right next door. So that was like a easy nope going over here. I should have gone there to begin with when went against my better judgment. Made me very sick, dude. I'm talking like puking and shitting. It was not enjoyable at all whatsoever. And dude, I like trying different things. I like variety, but the second, I'm talking like the second, unless it has something to do with me, if it fucks me up, I'll never do it again. I have an open mind. I like trying new things, but the second it fucks me up. Like there was this one time I was like 7 years old. My mother made me like this orange smoothie with like actual oranges in it and some other like mango type fruit. I drank it and spent the whole night puking. Since that day when I was 7 years old, I've never had a mango or orange flavored smoothie. I refuse. I just won't. That PTSD stuck with me. I got so sick from drinking that. And I clearly remember like the look on my mom's face. She felt so bad because like she's the one that gave it to me, but I don't know, my stomach said fuck you. It just did not want it. And oof. I still remember that to this day.
Didn't even know you could get hepatitis from a sandwich, but a new fear has just been unlocked for me, and I think we can all agree that, you know, the healthy, fresh option giving you hepatitis isn't a great look for Subway. So now Subway's hurting. They need a new PR campaign to turn this entire thing around, and
enter Jared.
2000, 1 year later, they find it in a college student that had lost like 250 pounds, supposedly only eating Subway, Jared Fogle. He starts filming commercials talking about how much weight he lost only eating Subway. He's bringing up his old pants and now he can fit in like one leg of the pants, showing off how much weight he lost. It is a humongous marketing success. Legitimately one of the most iconic and successful marketing campaigns of all time. Everybody knows Jared from Subway. He becomes the face of the company. It's so successful that Subway corporate said between 2000 and 2011, they credit Jared's ad campaign with a third to a half of their growth during that time. And during that time, they tripled in size. So you can't really...
I honestly believe that had it not been for his very heinous transgressions, he'd probably still be the spokesperson for Subway today. Which, to my knowledge, would quite possibly be one of like the longest standing spokespeople. I don't know, what's that one guy? He's been in like these insurance commercials for a long time now at this point. I think at this point if I didn't see him, I'd get mad. What's the guy get this insurance to protect yourself from mayhem like me? What's that guy? He's been at that for a while. But man, Jared, had he not fucked up, he could have like broken the record or like set the bar or like standard for like the longest standing spokesperson for a product ever. Really, outside of like Michael Jordan with Air Jordan or whatever the fuck, Nike. I don't know.
Argue with the results of this ad campaign. However, it's not something I would ever advise, having somebody off the street become the national spokesperson for your humongous company. Why?
And that's what happens when you pull someone off the street to become the spokesperson for your humongous company. You hire a pedophile.
Because if they do some crazy shit, it's going to make the entire company look bad, and this is why most huge...
That's why you vet these people.
...companies have a fictional character as their mascot. You've got Ronald McDonald, Burger King, the Michelin Tire Man...
Although when it comes to spokespersons, I am kind of salty that like State Farm did Jake dirty like that. I can't remember. Maybe they didn't do him dirty, but I think it was like low key kind of lame that he was an actual employee. They got him to do that commercial. The commercial popped off. It got popular, and then they replaced him with an actual actor. Man, if y'all don't get that fucker out of here and bring Jake back, what was wrong? I don't understand. Oh, we wanted him to focus on his work and get back to his daily duties as a State Farm employee. Oh, word? I just feel like you didn't want to pay him millions of dollars because he was your employee. I don't know. If it's not broke, don't fix it, right?
Tony the Tiger. They're cartoons. They're safe. They're never going to get pulled over for a DUI while they have a pile of blow and a hooker in the back seat. Like, that's the idea. And I'm sure you all know what I'm getting at, because in 2015, Jared Fogle ends up getting arrested and sent to federal prison for 15 years for, and I quote, illicit sexual conduct with a minor and having a bunch of illicit child material on his computer.
Oh, and when he says a bunch of illicit material on his computer, oh, ladies and gentlemen, a bunch is not even the proper, most apt word to use. This sick bastard had terabytes, man. Terabytes worth of child pornography on his computer. Like, it was a heinous amount, dude.
Unpopular opinion, 50.
I don't have terabytes of anything. Of anything. I'm just going through it in my head. I don't have terabytes of not even a single fucking thing. This man had terabytes of... Holy.
15 years, not enough. Okay, there's nothing funny about this, but the amount of just tragic irony and foreshadowing that the college student that got famous for fitting into a smaller...
And the most sick fucking thing is that he would go on these campaigns, right? I think we watched a Patrick CC video about this. I know a lot of information. This was relevant to me. I was old enough to understand this shit when it happened. But this fucker would go on these like tours to different high schools and youth groups and middle schools, and he would talk to the kids. He would spend time around the children, and when he was spending time around them, he would assault some of them, you know, in ways that we won't get into, right? He had constant, easily obtainable access to kids whilst being a predator, dog. Good Lord, this is like a wolf constantly being around chickens at all times, and the chickens don't realize it, the farmer doesn't realize it, and no one realizes there is a fucking wolf right there at all times around your animals.
Pair of pants ultimately gets put in federal prison.
Your animals are gonna start fucking disappearing.
For trying to get in little kids' pants is horrific. Now, that happened in 2015. Luckily for Subway, they'd kind of been phasing Jared out as their head of marketing since 2008 when they...
Dude, don't get me started on the size of video games. I'll end up ranting about that for like 30 minutes. Call of Duty isn't even the biggest offender when it comes to how big the game is.
Came out with the $5 footlong. Again, I'm not saying a lot of positive stuff about Subway, but their marketing team is on point, because the $5 footlong also is one of the most iconic marketing campaigns of all time. I mean, we all know the $5 footlong jingle. $5 footlong. The only jingle that's ever been made that's better than that is J.G. Wentworth, and I don't even know what the fuck J.G. Wentworth does, but I will know his song till the day I die. So the
J.G. Wentworth, isn't that a law firm? No, it's a law settlement. It's my money and I need it now. Is that what it is?
The Subway $5 footlong absolutely dominates. This came out in 2008, right when, you know, the housing market crashed, the economy's in the tank. You could go and buy a footlong sandwich for $5. People loved it. What?
Yeah, there was a Subway right across the street from our high school. I remember that. However, poor Subway. Poor Subway that was right across the street from our high school, because you know what else was right across the street from our high school? Zaxby's. Where do you think we went? But that's just if we could. However, Subway was there just in case you didn't have enough money or you were broke. Because at that moment in time, Subway was significantly cheaper than Zaxby's. Zaxby's wasn't gonna break your bank, not even as a teenager. And at that point, I did have like a part-time job, so it wasn't a difficult decision for the most part. And dog, I would get out of baseball practice and I would be starving. Do you think that a starving 17-year-old athlete is gonna want to eat fucking Subway? Nah. Steak, meat, potatoes, mac and cheese, something with substance. Something. Not no damn sub.
Well, most people loved it. Pretty much everybody loved it except for the franchise owners, because the franchise owners were like making little to no money. Some of the sandwiches they were even losing money on at the $5 price point. But they have to do it because Subway can set the prices, and if they can't set the prices, they can at least advertise the fuck out of it so everybody that comes into your Subway expects a $5 footlong. And then once you've already made it and they're mad that it's not $5, what are you gonna do? Throw it away? You're gonna sell it for $5 and save what money you can. I don't know what you're thinking. Why would Subway be willing to make a $5 footlong if they're not making money on it? Oh, that's simple, because Subway corporate doesn't give a fuck about its franchise owners. At least that's what it would appear to be, right? They're screwing them over left and right, and Subway takes 12.5% of their gross revenue.
Reverend, what's good, man?
Meaning not profit, so they're taking 12.5% of that $5, even if it costs them $6 to make it. Subway corporate is still getting paid. Fuck the franchise owner. And this is kind of the peak and then the downward slide of Subway, because the controversies just keep coming after this. First,
and dude, these corporate people don't care. They don't. You're probably sitting here thinking, man, so short-sighted. How can they not see this? How does some random fucking electrician on the internet see this and corporate doesn't? Oh, they see it. They just don't care. They don't have to care. They're holding the reins to this bitch. And when it fails, they'll still be rich, and that 17-year-old will have to go work somewhere else. That's it. It's like anything else that goes out of business. The people at the very top that are already rich, they're gonna stay rich. What you think their world's gonna fall apart whenever Subway crumbles to the fucking ground? No, man, no. They got generational wealth beyond, you can't even fathom it, right? So if this goes under, their thought process is, oh, that was a good run. I can't believe we lasted that long with Jared's bitch ass. So the only people it's going to affect is the future employees, i.e. kids, really, for the most part, because that's what Subway hires. But other fast food chains exist, so if Subway disappeared tomorrow, I don't really feel like the world would lose anything, to be honest. And maybe that's what corporate thinks. Corporate's like, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, we can't believe we've lasted this long, okay? So just either fucking deal with it or go eat somewhere else.
First, they get busted because the footlongs aren't actually a foot long. People are walking in with tape measures, measuring them. They're 10 inches, 11 inches, not 12 inches. Okay, and I'm going to kind of defend
I was never that petty. I was like, it looks like a foot. Fuck it.
Subway on this one, because this is a stupid complaint. It's the same amount of dough. They just didn't stretch it out enough before they put it in the oven. It's the same amount of bread, the same amount of calories. You're getting what you paid for. And that's really all Subway had to say. Was like,
I'd never really question. Who has... Those types of people are annoying. Whoever walked into Subway with a fucking tape measure. Come on, man. What did you think? It's not a foot. I want 75 cents off this purchase. That'll offset the taxes. Come on, man. Come on. You think when I order a double quarter pounder, you really think I'm gonna measure? You really think I'm gonna weigh that bitch? No, man. I really am gonna take them at their word, because at the end of the day, it is fast food.
like, hey, sorry, the employee didn't stretch the dough out long enough before he stuck it in the oven, but all the bread is still
Karen's probably, yeah.
there, and everybody would have been like,
but no, dude, honestly, I don't even see a Karen doing that. That's way too much effort for a Karen. I feel like dudes did that. Legitimately, some dudes came in there with a fucking tape measure and quite possibly even a fucking level. And we're like, nope, dimensions are not like the commercial. Yeah, nothing's like the commercial. That Big Mac doesn't look like it looks in real life as it does in the commercial. Actually looks like shit in real life. That commercial, it's just some make believe.
Like, oh, that makes sense. That's cool. Do you think that's what Subway did? No. Absolutely not. Instead, they released an official statement on their Facebook that says, and I quote, with regards to the...
Good God. You know, that's telling. Really. Subway is still using Facebook. I feel like most businesses and industries, they have transitioned to Twitter and TikTok. The fact that you're still using Facebook to update people on yourself, how old of you? it's just like, it's like my mom uses Facebook. I have a Facebook, which is like, I wanted to reach back out to my military friends, but like, not for the purposes that other people use Facebook. You know what I'm saying? That's anyone with a Facebook. I don't know.
Size of the bread and calling it a footlong. Subway footlong is a registered trademark as a
y'all are just out of date. Y'all are just like out of the way y'all interact with the Subway community needs to be updated. Y'all are using Facebook. Good God. At this point in time, that's damn near akin to using fucking MySpace.
Descriptive name for the sub sold in Subway restaurants and not intended to be a measurement of length. Translation, just because we call it a foot long doesn't mean you can expect it to be a foot long. That's just what we call it, you fucking idiot. Yeah, that Facebook post went about as well as you'd expect. They ended up taking it down. The balls to be like, we call it a foot long sub because we call it a foot long sub, not because it's 12 inches long, and if you interpret it as that way, you're dumb, is insane. To be fair though, a 2x4 hasn't been a 2x4 since like 1960 and nobody seems to care. Probably because the lumber companies don't scoff and look at you like you're a moron if you expect a 2x4 to be 2x4, but whatever. So then Subway loses it.
Yo, dude, sometimes close enough is good enough. You know what I'm saying?
Their damn mind. They think they have trademarked the phrase footlong in regards to sandwiches, even
wrong. Like the dumbass YouTubers years ago that tried to trademark the word reaction. Bitch, I did reaction videos way before y'all. I just never uploaded them.
even though a foot long to them doesn't mean 12 inches, which ultimately leads them to suing Casey's gas station, which I've done a video on. My favorite pizza on the planet is Casey's gas station pizza. They file a lawsuit against Casey's because Casey's also makes sub sandwiches, and their 12-inch long sandwich they call a foot long. So Subway tries to sue them for trademark infringement on a fucking measurement. A measurement that they don't even abide by. Do you understand how fucking insane that is? That'd be like if I opened up a milk company and I sold, quote, gallons of milk, and I trademarked the phrase gallon of milk, and then I only sold you 3 quarts of milk, and then I turned around and sued the motherfucker actually selling you a gallon of milk. It's insanity. Obviously, they lost this fucking lawsuit because duh. So Subway's on its down slump, and then they just lose all credibility as being healthy in the coming scandals. Buh! What do you mean it's not healthy? Jared lost 250 pounds doing it. Buh!
Yeah, but Jared also walked everywhere. Man, y'all must understand this. Dude, you cannot just switch your diet and do nothing and see results. I'm sorry. You just can't. Maybe there's some exceptions. Maybe there's some outliers. But overall, generally, you can't just switch your diet, do nothing, and expect your change in diet to do the work for you and get you to where you need to be. And that amount of weight, there is no fucking way. There is no absolute way that you drop that much weight in that short amount of time just by switching your diet. Maybe that was a contributing factor, and in some cases it is. Obviously, you start eating healthy and you drop the pizza and the fast food. That'll contribute to something, but you actually have to do something. You know what I'm saying? It's simply just not eating pizza anymore, but you also don't go to the gym and you also don't run. It's not going to do anything. Congratulations, you stopped eating pizza. That's all you did. So this motherfucker walked everywhere he went. Everywhere. I'm almost certain he walked to Subway because it wasn't that far from his house.
Okay, Jared lost a bunch of weight because he was eating 2 6-inch subs a day and they were mostly vegetables. He was eating like 1,200 calories. You can eat...
Basically, and he spent his whole life eating thousands, bro. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands. His parents didn't give a fuck what he ate. His parents literally let him... What's the word? It's a deadly sin, actually. His parents let him engage in gluttony, dog. From the time that he came out of the womb, he was eating. And when you finally stop eating that much food, yeah, naturally. But this motherfucker walked everywhere. He wasn't just a sedentary creature that just stopped eating chips.
1,200 calories of literally fucking anything and you're gonna lose weight. If you eat 1,200 calories of Slim Jims and M&Ms, you're gonna lose weight, especially if you're doing a bunch of cardio chasing children at a playground like that sick pervert. In 2017, CBS...
Yo, dude, low-key though, Jared was actually doing something, okay? Don't let the commercials and the clever marketing fool you into believing that Jared just sat on his ass all day eating Subway and that's how that happened. I'm sorry. No, man, no. He actually got active. He actually, a whole video on this, man.
The news network decided they were going to conduct a little study on Subway chicken. They went, they bought a sandwich, they took the chicken, took it to a lab, and found out that the chicken that Subway sells is anywhere from 42% to 53% chicken.
I remember when they did a study for Taco Bell where they were like, hey, your meat isn't all the way meat. Your meat is actually only 60% meat. And I can't remember Taco Bell's response, but in a roundabout way, they essentially said, fuck you, it's 80. Yeah, it's not all real, but give us some fucking credit here. That shit was hilarious. But let me guess, Subway might not share the same sense of humor. Commander Smushy, what's good, man?
What the fuck is the...
Commander Smushy, you know. I never get, dude, I don't fall, dude, you know what I've noticed actually from watching this video is I don't really fall victim to too much marketing. Because I don't get wrapped up on that.
Rest of it. Wait, let me guess. You trademarked the term chicken breast, and now if anybody assumes that a chicken breast is made out of chicken, we're obviously fucking stupid. Is that what it is? Thankfully, no, they learned their lesson. They did not go that route again. What they did was they're like, okay, we're fucking up. We're going to make sure that the chicken is actually 100% chicken. No, I'm just kidding. They turned around and tried to sue CBS for malicious news and took them to court, and they lost again.
So you did the same thing that the Adams County Police Department did to Afro Man. Golly, dude. It's like, dude, it's right there. It's not all the way chicken. And then someone says, hey, y'all aren't all the way chicken. You decide to sue them. You didn't decide to prove it. You didn't decide to be like, you didn't decide to go the Taco Bell route either. Like, yeah, it's not. But good, right? Oh, dude, if it's good, I don't care what percentage of anything is in it. What's in this? Sawdust and sandpaper? That's fucking crazy. This is the most delicious sawdust and sandpaper I've ever eaten. You know what I'm saying? Like... this is like one thing that I wouldn't even have like responded to if I was Subway. Because I just remember, not even remember, I didn't even know that they got called out for this. But now that I'm thinking about it, let's say that someone came out tomorrow and said, beware, Zaxby's chicken isn't 100% chicken. Guys, do you really think that's going to dissuade me from going back to Zaxby's and getting the fucking six chicken finger plate with the extra fries instead of coleslaw? No, it's not going to stop me at all in the slightest. So,
because as it turns out, it's not illegal to tell the truth.
There is no way in hell that I am going to say oh, I'm really worried I'm going to say it.
Then in 2020 in Ireland was instituting a new tax where they were going to, have to tax more on food made in restaurants. And Subway came to the table and they argued, well, Ireland has certain staple foods that you can't increase taxes on. And one of those staple foods is bread. And we make all of our bread fresh in our restaurants. We should be exempt from this tax. Okay, not a big fan of Subway right now. I'll admit it. I'll be up front. However, that's a reasonable point, and Ireland agrees. And Ireland is like, okay, we hear you. Send some bread off to the lab, and we'll take a look at it. They send the bread off to the lab, and the Irish Supreme Court comes back and says, there's so much fucking sugar in this bread, you're not legally allowed to call this bread in the country of Ireland. You have to classify this as cake. You're selling cake sandwiches.
Meet the new Sonic All-American Smash Your Lineup.
Yeah, see, like this right here. Those burgers don't actually look like that when they give it to you. It's marketing. I wish they looked like that, but they don't. Especially Especially anything that's triple anything, triple cheeseburger, anything triple is gonna look like straight shit. It'll taste good, but it's not gonna look like that commercial. That shit's gonna be coming a fucking part. Something crazy. Oh no, stopped it too soon. I don't know, dude. I just think Firehouse does it the best. Maybe not the best. I haven't eaten at every single Subway spot known to man. But I feel like I've eaten enough subs and been to enough sub establishments that Firehouse is just my favorite. When it comes to burritos and stuff like that, I don't really follow the rest of the herd in liking Chipotle. I actually really don't care too much for Chipotle. I'd rather go to Moe's. Moe's Southwest Grill, shit, is so good. Love that place. So I don't know. As more options become available, if Subway doesn't, I don't know, man. Or they can just coast, to be honest, man. Coasting never hurt anyone, and I don't really eat Subway anymore. But
And all of this just keeps coming out one after another after another. It's promoted by a pedophile. The franchises aren't making money. The foot-long sandwiches are only 10 inches long and they're not bread. They're made out of cake.
Yo, to be honest, I'm not even going to hold them for the whole Jared stuff. Yes, sure, you should have vet him, but it's not like the whole company is pedophiles, right? I'm not going to paint y'all like that. That wouldn't be fair. So I'm not even going to hold you too much for Jared. It's the $19 sandwich. Like, that's absurd, man. And I'm not saying that that's worse than the whole Jared thing, but to put 100% blame on you for that outside of just vetting, y'all aren't all Jared. I understand that. We're not even. It's just the price of the sandwich, dog. It's just kind of wild. Little Caesars has been $5 pizzas since its inception. For real, I think. We even saw a Little Caesars video on Fat Files, I believe, if I can remember correctly. They've always been $5. And guess what? They exist in the same society that you do. They exist in the same society that has inflation. They exist in the same space that you occupy. Why are you raising your prices, but Little Caesars isn't? Maybe it's because you haven't innovated, you haven't done anything, you haven't updated your menu. The marketing has kind of gone downhill, right? So you're probably making less revenue, and you see that, and you're just like, oh, well, we're dipping, but fuck a new strategy. Let's just charge more. Let's not add anything else. Let's just charge more money. Let's just keep doing what we've been doing and charge the same prices. Or actually charge more. Yeah, no, that's only going to last for so long, really. But there's just, I don't think Subway can fail. I don't think. I think it's just one of those things that it's too big. No matter how much money they lose, they're still making billions. No matter how many franchise owners that they fuck over or put out of business or out of work, or they just seize their hard work, they're still going to make billions of dollars every single year. I don't foresee Subway going out of business in my lifetime. I could be wrong. Wouldn't it be some shit if they went out of business next year? That'd be wild. But no, eventually they're going to have to realize that they can't keep putting out locations at the rate that they're putting out locations, so they're going to stop doing that. Once it becomes dire, they're going to reel that back in. They're not going to give that many locations out willy-nilly. They're not just going to keep throwing shit against the wall and hoping it sticks. But who knows when they'll actually make that pivot, because as it stands right now, they look at the numbers look good, everything else be damned, nothing else fucking matters. Because when you're a corporate suit and you're all the way up there at the top, yeah, nothing else does matter to you. It's just the bottom line. It's just numbers. It's just a revenue stream that if it just so happens to go away, you're still rich and it doesn't fucking matter. And then you'll just go into another venture with another company and you'll put forth your money to invest and start there. Easy. For them. But I say that, but I say that, but it's not like anyone's really losing anything because, yeah, if Subway ceases to exist tomorrow, everyone that could have worked at Subway, they're just going to go work somewhere else. It's not like they'll be worse off. Again, I don't feel like the world loses anything if we lose Subway. Really. Yeah, I don't eat there anymore. So. We need a restaurant where each meal is just a different grandma cooking. Yeah, dude, like Grandma Esther's fucking sweet potato pie. Holy shit. I'd be down for that. However, though, I did see one episode of... I don't know why I watched this. I think it just showed up on my feed. I watched a couple seconds of it and then clicked off, but it was like a Gordon Ramsay episode where he went to this restaurant and their head chef was the grandma. The grandma, which, man, that could always go either way. And in this instance, it went bad. Gordon was not fucking having it at all whatsoever. He's like, you know what, dude, I'm done here. Bring out the dessert. Grandma made the dessert, but guess what? The dessert was fire. He flamed her hard for the main course, and it didn't even look good either. It looked like something died. It looked like a dead octopus that had like that gray color that it has whenever it's dead. Yeah. Blamed her for that, but he gave her praise for the dessert, which, man, you can't be a grandma and fuck up dessert. Just in your blood. Yeah. Poor thing. She probably tried her best, but I mean, if it ain't good, dog, it ain't good. Okay. I got you. I feel you. I understand. I completely forgot. I gotta go let her outside. We're not done yet. We'll probably do one more fat electrician video. We'll see what that is whenever I come back. Homegirl's gotta use the bathroom. What's up? Say hi. Come here. Come here. Oh, say hi. This is Nova. What's up, sweet girl? She's 130 pounds of annoying fury. Really. This is the opposite side of the tornado coin that Nelly sits on. Alright, you ready? I'm not gonna be gone long. Get your ball. Got the ball? Go. 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 Get the ball. Okay. All right, let's finish this one up. There's like 5 minutes left on this one. Not even that.
The chicken inside the chicken isn't even fucking chicken. Obviously, it leads to the public perception that Subway isn't that fucking healthy. And while all this is going on, they get rid of the $5 footlong and jack the fucking prices through the roof and then add a tip screen at checkout. Needless to say, Subway's in the fucking tank. They've closed down 7,600 locations since 2015, and they're closing down hundreds, if not thousands.
Dog, that's a Subway? That actually looks like a Domino's, and y'all just slapped a Subway logo on top of it. Ugh. We've watched a video on this, man, and I can't remember what it was, but it was like, it was highlighting the differences between what establishments look like today as opposed to what they looked like back then. Back then, all the establishments were unique. They looked different on the outside as well as they did on the inside. There was aesthetic in and out. There was personality in and out. Now all of these places, they all look the same. They all look like Starbucks. Isn't that crazy? I saw a Taco Bell the other day that looked like this.
Of locations every single year, and they are on a humongous decline. And this entire thing is just a textbook example of shitty leadership ruining an A-grade idea, because a Subway franchise was a golden idea, a brilliant idea. Super cheap to start up, didn't need any specialized equipment. Everybody that knows how to breathe and chew bubble gum can learn how to make a sandwich in like 5 seconds. It was so easy to make a ton of money, but instead, Subway corporate was like, we're gonna make as much money as possible and fuck over all the franchisees, even though they're on our team.
Dude, they had the recipe to be on equal footing as Waffle House. But yeah, Waffle House is just built different.
They had to do was be like, hey, we're going to structure this in a way so that the franchisees are winning, then we're going to win, and everybody's going to fucking win. But no, they took the easy way out to make as much money as they could, as fast as they could, and they didn't give a shit about anybody else, and it tanked the entire company. They ended up selling to...
I mean, I don't do it with a lot of advertisements, but I do it with all of the medical commercials. I'll try to guess what the disease is, or like what the ailment is, or in some cases what the side effects are, before they even put the name of the medication on the screen.
Or Capital in 2024, which owns Jimmy John's and Arby's and a bunch of other restaurants. So hopefully a lot of this bad leadership stuff is gone already, or if not, it's getting phased out. Also, I've talked an outrageous amount of shit in this entire video, so I want to take a minute and just be like, hey, I understand if you're mad at Subway right now too. I am as well.
Nah. I'd have to eat there to be mad.
However, your local Subway branch probably isn't owned by Big Subway. It's probably...
Dude, now that I think about it, I don't know where there's a Subway here. And dog, I live 45 minutes away from Virginia Beach, and I live in a fairly populated area. I know where Zaxby's is. I know where Taco Bell is. I know where Chick-fil-A is. There's multiple Chick-fil-A's. I know where McDonald's is. I know where Burger King is. Not even just like passing by or driving by, or I don't think I've seen a Subway here. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Owned by somebody in your community that's just trying to make a living making sandwiches, and don't take it out on them. It's not their fault, and they're probably a lot more mad at corporate Subway than we are. Trust me. Thank you for watching.
But let's look at the bright side. A titan such as Subway finally falling. You know what that's going to do? That's just gonna give more business to the mom and pop places. Really, for the most part. There is a place in my hometown that's and I always forget the name of it. It's called I don't know. I can't remember the name. I think it's called Pistol Pete's Hot Dog Shack or something. It's literally the only place in the city that you can go get hot dogs. Like if that's all you want, they have footlongs, they have just regular hot dogs, they have all kinds of different toppings. It's like hot dog central, man. It's like a hot dog. They also sell like nachos and fries, but like the main thing is just like crazy built hot dogs. You get like these just incredible hot dog things built, and it's amazing, man. It is so good. It's right by the airport, and it's like y'all remember when y'all were in high school, like you weren't inside of a classroom, you were like outside, and it was like this structure that almost looked like a trailer, but it actually wasn't, and you walked up steps to go in, and when you walked in, there was like an actual classroom, and lots of times it wasn't like the same tables or the same chairs as the ones that they had inside of the school. It was like different ones, but it still worked and it was still practical. Uh, that's kind of how this hot dog place was set up. The same kind of structure. It almost looked like a trailer, and it was kind of old, and the stairs were like kind of broken and just like rinky dink ass stairs. I think termites were like eating through part of like one part of it at one point, and over the years you could see the termites doing their work. I never got mad that they didn't fix it. It just like added to the place. Like the stairs were kind of busted. Walking up them was like, I don't know, it could go either way really. But they did have a ramp for like people with wheelchairs. They did install that at one point. It was like this long thing of stairs that you would walk, and you could like see where the termites started and where they went. Maybe they have since fixed it, but I just feel like it was like just a unique thing. Like, oh, there's like fucking termites just working their way through there. And I got to see the progress every time I went in. I'd be like, damn, they're like fucking crushing it. I would even have bets with my friends on like how long before the stairs completely fell apart, right? And hopefully they fell apart while I was walking on them. That's the one thing we would always say. But that place was fantastic. And they had like 4 employees. I think that's it. And it wasn't that big. Like I've seen bars bigger than this place. But it was so good. And they've been at that location since I was a child. Like around like 8 years old, 7 years old is when I moved to that town. Yeah. And they only have one location there. That's it. They're not even in another state. It's just there. That's the place. So fantastic. With Subway falling, more places like that, we'll get more traffic, we'll get more attention. You know, if there's not a Subway, you're gonna go looking. If you're in the mood for subs or hot dogs, you're gonna go looking for these places. And if you just so happen to find like a hole in the wall or like a rather obscure, not so widely known about establishment that actually fucks, yeah, you're gonna go there and you're not even gonna tell a soul. No. You're not gonna tell a soul. You're not gonna tell anybody. You walk in there, experience some good ass food, and you realize that every time you go in there, you're the only person in line. I'm not telling anybody. Why? So I have to wait in line? Fuck that. Keeping that secret. All right. Let's see what the next one is. Dude, after that, I'm starving. Not for Subway. I'm just hungry. You know what? I got some big ass hot pockets in the freezer that I might go heat one up. See. Okay, so he did do a video on Five Guys that we haven't watched. Child Casino and Fight Club. Chuck E. Cheese. Man. Chuck E. Yeah. My age always gets exposed because of Chuck E. Cheese anytime that's referenced. I love Chuck E. Cheese, man. And my niece loves it as well. I don't think, dude, I haven't been inside of a Chuck E. Cheese since I was 10 years old. I think the last time I went was for a pizza party for the baseball team that I was on. And yeah, that was it. But I want to say, I'm not sure, but I think they changed what the rat looked like. I always thought it was a rat, dog. Mouse, whatever have you. That's a rat. We watched the Cracker Barrel one. I believe we watched the one on DoorDash. That is DoorDash, right? No. That's just the whole tipping thing, I think. You've never been to Chuck E. Cheese? Dog, Chuck E. Cheese was the absolute shit when I was a kid. Before I discovered Hollywood Connections, which I'm not even sure if Hollywood Connections is nationwide. It might be, I don't know, I'm not sure, but I know it's not everywhere. I've never seen a Hollywood Connections outside of my hometown. Basically, what Hollywood Connection was when I was a kid, it was this place that was a movie theater. It was it had a rock climbing section. Okay, it was a movie theater. It was a skating rink. It was putt-putt. It was laser tag. And they also had this thing. It was like a rock climbing thing, but where the rock climbing section sat, it was like a rotating, like 1 week it was rock climbing, and then they would rotate it to another thing. Another week it could have been like a merry-go-round. I didn't really fucks with that. And then it would, maybe it rotated monthly, but I do remember that I went to Hollywood Connections a lot, and every time I would go, there was like a different centerpiece that you could interact with, right? You're like a kid or just whatever. And it also had an arcade. I forgot. It also had an arcade that was upstairs. I spent a lot of time at the arcade. Arcade, putt-putt, and laser tag. So basically, what me and my friends would do is we would go see a movie early in the day, like as early as we possibly could. We would go see a movie, and then after the movie, we would spend all day in that building. Putt-putt, skating, laser tag, all that stuff, arcade, all day. So me and my friends, my mom or my dad would drop us off at like, I want to say 10 o'clock in the morning. We would try to get the earliest movie, like 10 o'clock in the morning. And dog, they wouldn't pick us back up. Like, my mom would literally fuck off and go home. They wouldn't pick us back up till like 9 o'clock that evening. It was so much fun, man. So it started with Chuck E. Cheese. That's like where it began. And then I discovered this place. And this place was like everything that Chuck E. Cheese wasn't. Chuck E. Cheese was cool, right? You had those little games. You had the little ticket punchers. And you had the tickets to buy what I thought were lackluster ass prizes. Even as a child, I was like, need to update y'all's store on this shit, man. But still, yeah, it was so good. That was like, and all my friends were there too, really, because I think like all the parents were like on the same page. They were like, wait, there's a building, there's an establishment where I can drop my kid off, leave him there all fucking day, free of charge. And it's not a daycare center, it's not a school. I don't even have to pay taxes on this shit. Obviously, they would give me money for like the movie, right? Because I was a kid. But still, yeah, I saw all my friends there too, all the time. It was almost like a gathering place, damn near almost every single weekend. The kids loved it, the parents loved it because they got rid of us for like a big portion of the day. On weekends too, which was like even better because we're gone all week at school, and then we fuck off all day for the weekend in a safe environment. That was an easy choice for the parents back then. Shakey's? No, I don't think I ever went there. One place that I was like a bit I was like kind of salty that it came after my time. Y'all ever hear of Monkey Joe's? It was like this big jungle gym. Like, imagine a jungle gym, but like blow it up 15 times. It was like a building. Whole bunch of shit. Imagine the ball pit at McDonald's, but dialed up to 1,000 on steroids. That was Monkey Joe's, dude. And that didn't exist when I was interested in shit like that. And when I was no longer interested in shit like that, bam, Monkey Joe's appeared. And I was like, ain't that some shit, dog? 5 years ago, I would have lived inside this place. It was rather unfortunate. Johnny Carino's? I don't even remember that. All right, I don't know what we're watching. Should we do Chuck E. Cheese? Yeah, that's one that I got really, really good at sneaking into movies when I was younger. I don't do it anymore because it's rather juvenile and I don't have time for that shit, man. I'll sit for one movie. But when I was younger, man, me and my friends, we would go into a movie theater. We would pay one time. And then when our movie was over, bro, we would walk out and then we would walk through the halls. Just what looks interesting? What looks at Oh, dude, have you seen that yet? No? Bet. Let's go. And we would just walk into another movie and just watch it. And we would do that until we got tired of sitting down. Or we just got tired of watching movies, because movies are fun, man, but I just can't be doing that like all fucking day. You know what I mean? But yeah, we would sit through like sometimes like 3 movies. I think the most we watched in a day was 4. And we were just in there all day, man, just watching movies for the price of one. It was fantastic. And at any given point, because this movie theater was not that far from our high school, at any given point, you always knew a classmate that worked inside of the theater. So, man, sometimes they'd throw you popcorn for free, free movie tickets, let you in for free, let you in through the back. So, when I was younger, surprisingly, movies were cheap, but I didn't really pay for them all that much. And if I did, I paid for one and then just made my way through other sections. And there was never any employees that gave us grief about that either, because again, lots of them were just like kids like us, for the most part. So, Air Force woman calls lieutenant during DUI stop. Dude, I gotta be honest. I feel like I've seen that before, but I probably haven't seen it, if that makes sense. That scenario, I feel like I've seen so many times. But yeah, I'll check it out. Do y'all want to do that, or y'all want to do another? Didn't we see that? I feel like we saw that. It just sounds so familiar. Oh, there was one in my hometown. You said, oh yeah. It was in. I never ate there. I saw it. It was right by the recruiting station. It was like Johnny Carino's, a Crystal's, literally like within spitting distance, and then if you walked across the parking lot, there was the recruiting station. All of them too: Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, in a row. And then if you walked like another 400 feet the opposite direction, there was the mall. Right? Yeah, Johnny Carino's. I always remember. And yeah, it's an Italian place. I gotta be honest, I think the reason I never went in there is because, well, I lived in Italy for 2.5 years and I ate Italian food. And when I got back to the States, I kind of just like scoffed at anything that claimed that it was, because I just knew that it wasn't. Like, man, the very first time I got back from Italy and I had never eaten at Olive Garden ever in my life, right? Ever. I go to Italy, come back, and I eat Olive Garden for the first time, and I'm just like, and Carrabba's too. I was like, yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I mean, it's not bad, but y'all be claiming a lot of shit. That's like, this is you can definitely tell this is not the original. And honestly, I'd like the pizza way better in Italy than I like the pizza here. Don't get me wrong, like there's certain pizzas that are really, really good here. But dog, I'm telling you, there was this place called Pizza King in Italy, and it was one guy. Well, there's like he had like 4 employees, but it was just one dude, and it was like one establishment. It wasn't a chain, it wasn't a whatever. And dude, he made the biggest pizzas I think I've ever seen. Ever. Like he would bring the box to my room and I would literally have to I'd have to tilt the box vertically instead of horizontally just to fit it through the door because it just would not go. It was so good. I don't know. Maybe Katai, have we watched that? I kind of want to type it in just on the off chance that it's like maybe it's different. Because someone drunk calling one of their superiors to get them out of trouble is definitely not, it's not uncommon. Was it? Because I know that one was an Air Force Karen, but I can't remember if she called anyone or not. I think she did keep demanding her phone. But this says Air Force. Oh no. Okay, Air Force One. Well, if she's really, really high ranked, then we've probably seen this. Speaking of DUI stop, you know what DUI stop we should watch? Justin Timberlake's DUI stop. I still haven't seen it. Oh no, we haven't seen this. I don't recognize this at all. Do you guys want to embark on this journey? I know that we were doing some fat files. And that's cool, but if y'all did want to break it up a little bit, switch it up maybe. Yeah, I never did. I just could not with one thing I will give to Olive Garden is the only thing I'm willing to give them is I really do like the breadsticks. I could. And dude, the handful of times that I've found myself at Olive Garden, I think all I did was just eat breadsticks. I could have filled up on breadsticks, essentially. All right. I'm actually kind of down for this if you guys are. Air Force woman calls lieutenant. We haven't seen this one. But I know which one you were thinking of, Katai. You were thinking of the Air Force lieutenant colonel that got the DUI, a high-ranking lady. She worked in the hospital. I can't remember. I don't think she was demanding a call with anyone, but I know she was demanding her phone and being very obnoxious. And yeah, she was a wild one. All right, I'm down. Donut Operator also did a. Oh, this is from his live stream. He did a reaction to it in 27 minutes and 36 seconds. Let's see how we fare. Better or worse for time.
If it can happen to me, it can happen to you.
Moose, take it easy, man. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. As long as you did, have a fantastic Saturday. The fuck? Yeah. I saw that this is in Florida, and I would go the typical, obviously. It has to be from Florida, because Florida man and Florida woman. Wild creatures they are. But I can't really make that joke because she's Air Force, so probably not from Florida. Just stationed there. So, not your typical Florida woman, but it is happening in Florida. We'll see. Maybe she lives up to the name.
On March 15th, 2025, an officer in Florida was patrolling during a heavy storm when he spotted a white Jeep driving erratically, speeding through a residential area and running multiple stop signs. Alarmed
in a storm?
By the driver's erratic behavior and the hazardous weather, the officer activated his lights and sirens, but the driver was slow to react, finally coming to an abrupt stop after slamming into a curb. Here's what the officer...
That's giving her a lot of credit. He put the lights on and attempted to pull her over. And how did you word it?
Behavior and the hazardous weather, the officer activated his lights and sirens, but the driver was slow to react.
Slow to react. This is... Dude, that siren and those lights, the siren is so loud and the lights are so bright. You notice it instantly. Slow to react, that's... I feel like you're just running from the police at this point. Really. Slow to react, my ass.
Finally coming to an abrupt stop after slamming into a curb. Here's what the officer did next.
Hi, sir. How are you?
Good. How are y'all?
I'm doing good. Just over here.
What?
I'm just over here.
Nah, she wasn't running. Maybe she was slow to react, but it's probably because she's drunk. Willing to give the benefit of the doubt and say that she was looking for a safe place to pull over, because I've been in that situation before.
Okay, here's where the top of the roll. That stop sign right there.
I'm so sorry. Like, it's just been windy, and then everything has been... I'm just trying to...
Were you like honking your horn a lot downtown?
No,
was
sir.
that y'all or was that someone else?
That was someone else, sir. That was not me. I don't honk my horn.
This girl is drunk.
All right, you have your license, registration, and insurance?
Yes, sir.
Are you okay over there, man?
I'm sorry? What?
Oh, that's if he's okay.
He's pleading the fifth. I hope to God he's drunk. Why do I say that? Because, sweet Jesus, if he's sober, why are you not driving? You hate to see it when it's like that.
Like,
He knows the implications. He knows that she's drunk. He knows that this is it. It's over. He's gonna be quiet. There's nothing worth saying. It's only a matter of time.
Military.
I don't need that.
Okay.
Are you Uber or something?
No, I'm just military. Like, I am, like, here for him. Like, I just got back from deployment, and he's here to be with me. Like, if that's what you want.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, I did the same thing. I was getting ready to come back, and I set up I scheduled a Pound Town appointment with some girl. Really, like, hey, this is when I'm coming back. You wanna like get together? She's like, yeah, and that's kind of how that went. Except I skipped the alcohol, and I skipped the drinking and driving portion of that encounter. Yeah. You're the reason our safety briefs take so long, girl. This is why they're always repeating themselves. You got back from a deployment. I can't imagine, dog. There's no way that you didn't sit through at the very least 4 fucking safety briefs or just like sit downs with leadership talking about, all right, guys, we just got back from a deployment. We know y'all want to have fun. We know y'all want to blow off some steam and cut loose, but here's what you don't do, okay?
Do you have the registration and insurance?
Yes, sir.
I'm really curious what rank she is.
Hold on. I got it on my phone. Give me a sec.
Are you okay, dude?
Are you okay, Chris?
Oh,
Yeah.
he's very drunk.
I'm so sorry.
He's very drunk.
No. Like, it's me. Like, I promise.
What?
Like, I'm just trying to get him a good time. I promise.
What?
I'm just trying to find my life. I promise. I'm just trying to.
That's crazy. In front of the police. They have body cams, young lady. Out here. Yeah, so she basically just said it. I'm just trying to get laid, officers. He's really... Or maybe she didn't schedule anything. Maybe she just, like, found this guy at the bar. Maybe they just met, but he's being really, really quiet. He's like, oh, I'm just really drunk or whatever. No, he knows. He knows. He knows that he is about to call an Uber. That's what he knows. He's gonna have to call an Uber. He's calculating all of this in his head.
Life. Hold on, baby.
Already a shit show.
Excuse me, sir. Your light is blinding me.
I'm just shining it on the floor.
You're not shining on nothing. I'm being sweet.
I can't believe this much time has gone by and y'all haven't asked her if she's had anything to drink. Like, dude, this one is obvious. They're just giving her time, though, I guess. I would have already asked the question, because...
Oh, no.
Oh. Oh, the male passenger, I want to say that he's also military. Dude, that's why he's so quiet, I think. I don't think this is... It's definitely maybe a guy that she just met, or maybe a guy that is in her unit or something. That guy is military. Look at the haircut. He's got to be. I have a strong feeling that he is, and that's why he's not saying anything, because he knows what's about to happen. This isn't even going to be the worst part of her or his day.
I'm being sweet. Oh no. This is it.
What's happening?
You need, what do you need?
Ask for your registration and insurance.
Yeah. Well, I thought that.
I know that it says in the title that she calls her lieutenant, but dog, what? Dude, look at the guy's face. Look at the guy's face. Who is this? Cyril Blight. Is that you, Terminated? Thank you for the 5. New Fat Electrician video. We may do that today. We may not. We did watch 2 Fat Electrician videos earlier. It wasn't Fat Electrician. It wasn't on the main channel. It was Fat Files. Yeah, what's good, Terminated? So let us finish this and then we'll see. Dude, look at his face. He knows. That guy's got to be military. He's also got to be. I mean, dude, how often do you see non-military guys rocking the fucking high and tight? Not too often. Unless you actually like that hairstyle. But he knows the implications. He
No, I'm not asking for no insurance. How do you turn this shit off?
Yeah, You told me in a non-super chat, and then you tell me again in a super chat. Terminated. Thank you for the 2.
How do you turn this shit off?
My God, she doesn't even know how to take it off speakerphone.
Hold on, I'm sorry, sir. Can you please shut up? I'm sorry, sir.
Which base do you operate out of?
Eglin Air Force Base.
Eglin?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I saw the man.
Lucky. You're so lucky. I wanted Eglin Air Force Base so bad, but my chain of command told me that I had to be airborne for them to consider trying to send me there. And it wasn't a re-enlistment option either. And I wasn't airborne at the time, nor did I have any plans to go yet. So, yeah. I had buddies that went, though. I was jealous.
Which base do you operate out of?
Eglin Air Force Base.
Eglin?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
To be fair, any base in Florida is great.
I saw the Mary Esther address on the ID. Is like, we're a little ways away from home.
I'm so sorry. Like, no.
That's not to apologize for. It was
No, like, that's where I'm out of. Like, it's Eglin Air Force Base. Like, I just got back from deployment. Like, I'm just my time with my man. I just got like, hold on. This is my lieutenant. I'm sorry. Hey. Hey, sorry. I gotta let you go. I got that police officer here. Hold on. I got the police officers here.
What do you mean you got the police officer here?
Oh no. Her lieutenant is a female.
I gotta go. Just text us, please.
Baby, you're gonna take the ride?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you out.
So, I'm so sorry.
Okay, no. What the? Can I talk to?
Text me. Text me.
This is my lieutenant.
Text me.
I don't have your number.
This is the police officer. I gotta text you later.
Please, can I please? Okay. Signal 8 please call me.
Text you.
I will text you in a minute.
Earlier, the female from
Give me a minute. I promise I'll text you in a minute.
Tristan, can't really say her last name. Took her
It's my lieutenant.
And they can't hear anyone.
Is that your lieutenant? It doesn't sound like it. Because I'm imagining if I called one of my lieutenants while I was at a traffic stop, they would have cussed me out for simply calling them while I was at a traffic stop. Like, dog, you call me after or you call me from jail. Don't call me while the traffic stop is actually happening. That'd be the first things out of their mouth. Really. They'd be upset. They'd be like, why? Why are you there? What happened? What did you do? Are you in trouble? Because what that lieutenant is going to calculate is just how much hell he's going to get for you, because of you, from higher leadership. Because everybody answers to somebody. But your lieutenant doesn't, I don't know, from what I heard, I can't make out everything. Your lieutenant sounds drunk as well, which not a bad thing. It's probably the weekend and it's after hours, but
I promise I'll text you in a minute.
Tristan, can't really say her last name. Took her
It's my lieutenant.
And they can't hear anyone.
It's just been a long day. I'm just here for my friends.
Let them get wet.
No.
Let them get wet.
No.
Let them get wet. Babe, we're not taking that.
No.
Everything's right. Babe, please.
I don't want you to get wet. Hey.
yo, it's their job. They're going to stand there no matter what. Unless it's an actual hurricane beating down on you, they ain't moving. It don't matter the weather. These cops are steadfast that way. They kind of have to be. So don't do anything on their account. That's not gonna help you.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, we're coming to see you.
Join Planet Fitness for one.
The passenger right now is currently Ubering his ride to freedom because this girl is most definitely going to jail. And I honestly don't think she was on the phone with her lieutenant. That couldn't have been, right? Because I even said it at the beginning, like, ooh, your lieutenant is a female just like you, because from my experience, dog, a female soldier fucked up. That female NCO or female lieutenant was on your ass, dog. So fast. I always saw it like that. Like, the male NCOs, the male lieutenants, they would be, like, tough with you, but let it be a female one. And you are a female, lower enlisted, and you fuck up, they're ruining your day. They're ruining your day. They're ruining your mood. They're going to make you very angry. And none of that. None of that. If that is your lieutenant, they should be pissed off right now. They should be furious because they know the process. All that paperwork, UCMJ action, more than likely there's going to be a recall, back to base, formation. I don't know. It's Air Force. I'm just looking at it through an Army lens. But,
Hey, what's
What's the number?
Wait, what?
Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Call my dad.
yo, stop. Call my dad. I called my lieutenant. That was a piss poor effort. That went nowhere. Now let's call my dad. And then after that, we're going to call my first grade teacher. She can vouch for me. She loved me. She always thought I was the cutest in the class. Lady.
Right, I'm gonna get you out.
No.
Get my jacket, Cunningham. Can you stay with them?
Yeah,
real quick? Grab yours and then I'll come.
Yeah, get that wet weather gear, fellas.
Yeah.
What?
I'm about to go get
Why?
because
Oh, she knows, actually. How brazen. You just like, yep, I'm drunk driving today. And if I get pulled over, I'm going to jail, I suppose. That's just how it's going to be. Didn't have to be that way. You... That just dawned on me. I don't know where you were deployed. So, I don't exactly know if you do get family separation pay and hazardous duty pay. But at the very least, you got no bills when you're deployed. So you saved a lot of money that you could have used on an Uber. But nah. Dummy.
got pulled over. Hold on.
Hey, she's not drunk. She is not drunk, but they're gonna take her in.
Oh no, okay. This just took a trip into Stupid Town. Oh, hold on now. What did I just... No.
Because I got pulled over. Hold on.
Hey, she's not drunk. She is not drunk, but they're gonna take her in. Hey, talk to me.
You called your dad. You called your... Dog, I hope you're the boyfriend and you're not a one-night stand, because if you're a one-night stand, you're doing way too much for this. I'll tell you that. I would have already fucked off. Really. Hey, that's unfortunate. I gotta go. You call me next Saturday, maybe, if you're still down. Bye. They gotta be dating, because I would not stick around. Maybe I stick around because maybe they need my information, but I'm not talking to your father. I just met you. I'll be damned. I'll be damned. No way.
You did not drink.
And then she hands her phone to her boyfriend, and then he proceeds to lie to her father. She's not drunk. She didn't drink. She does not drink the whole night, which the proper sentence would be she didn't drink the whole night because you're drunk too. Man, how it evolved.
Hey, she's not drunk. She is not drunk, but they're gonna take her in. Hey, talk to me. I'm gonna You did not drink. She has not drank the whole night.
I just want to give you my driver's license.
Yes, we will take that if you have not given it to Officer Cotton already.
I don't want you to.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
No. Get in the car.
I'm fine, dear. Get your driver's license.
Wait till your chain of command sees this body cam. Oh my, what rank are you?
I can't find my driver's license. Can you just take my driver's license?
Yep, that'll work.
I'm so confused because, like, she's very aware that she's gonna go to jail. At least that's the vibe I'm getting. Maybe she's just that drunk, man. Like, I've been drunk and been in trouble at the same time, and believe you me, I was very aware of my situation. It didn't matter that I was drunk. I knew that in that moment, I was fucked, right? It didn't matter how much alcohol. I understood my situation. But maybe she's so drunk that she just like, oh well, getting a DUI, which is almost a death sentence in the military. You can't really rack those up like you can like counseling statements, but...
Hi, sir. I'm so sorry.
Alrighty.
Yes, sir.
So, you go ahead, step on out.
Is there a reason?
Yes, there is a reason.
Is there a reason? What? I don't understand the question. Is there a reason? But you just told your dad on the phone that you were going to jail. Are you insinuating that these cops are bad and they're going to take you to jail for no reason? I don't...
Yep.
Yeah, dude, it's almost like in her head she thought, like, I'm going to be super nice and super polite and I'm going to be super agreeable and I'm going to make these officers' lives really, really easy. And they're just not even going to notice that I'm drunk and they'll just let me go because it was just... I was just a simple traffic violation. Nah, man, the way they described it, you were driving like a fucking maniac. A drunk one at that.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
What in the world he just...
You don't apologize to the officers. You need to apologize to your parents. Your dad seemed pretty angry on the phone with your boyfriend.
I don't understand, to be honest.
He has been sitting here saying,
He's
no
just
test,
been
just
talking,
take the ride.
yeah.
No test, just take the ride.
I'm so sorry.
She's going to jail. All that stuff.
I've just been trying to be the civilized motherfucker, just trying to take him home.
She has spontaneously stated to whoever she was on the phone with that she was going to jail and stuff like that too. So.
Yes, sir. I'm so sorry.
All right.
I just got back from deployment. I'm so sorry.
Stop. That's not an excuse. It's not an excuse, man. That doesn't matter. Your deployment doesn't matter. You're not deployed, are you? You're in America. You're in Florida. That doesn't help you. That doesn't absolve you. That doesn't do anything for you.
Can I get out?
No, you cannot.
Am I being detained?
Yes, sir. You are lawfully detained, and you are part of a traffic stop. You are lawfully detained.
What crime did I commit?
Oh, dude, you're not even guilty of anything, but now you're about to act belligerent and piss off these officers.
You'll be able to do some sobriety exercises for me.
I would not like to do any sobriety exercises.
Boom, you're going to jail then.
Okay.
Because I've been doing so good. I have not done anything wrong.
No, you cannot. You are lawfully detained.
You're on a traffic stop, dude. You're on a traffic stop. You're going to stay right there.
You can stay right there in the car. You can stay right.
You didn't commit any crimes. You're just being stupid for the sake of being stupid. Man, it's just a simple traffic stop, and the driver just so happens to be drunk, and that person isn't you. Figuratively speaking, you walk away from this without having to see any jail time. You You answer a couple questions for the officers, and that's it, dude. And if anything, they or you, well, I don't think they do it, but they'll tell you to call an Uber. You go nowhere from here.
They're in the car.
We didn't commit a crime. I'm an Uber.
I don't care.
The douchebag.
Stay in the car.
I don't even understand. What are you?
We didn't commit a crime. I'm an Uber.
You're an Uber that's the passenger? Are you having me believe? Are you having me believe that you're Ubering this drunk lady, but you made her drive instead of you? Bro, you're also drunk, and most importantly, you're full of shit.
I don't care.
The douchebag.
Stay in the car.
All right. Take me to jail. I'm gonna get.
For why? For what? He's not in the military. Look at that beard. I didn't see his face until now. No, he's definitely not in the service. Not with that much facial hair. There was no way. So yeah, just a civilian. I had that. I didn't see his face till now, but I had it wrong. You don't have to go to jail though. You're fine. I'm gonna fight for you, babe. Fuck these cops. You don't deserve this. I'll go to jail with you. Solidarity. All right. Now, just because you're in the Air Force doesn't mean you're a pilot. You can deploy. My sister's deployed right now, and she doesn't fly planes. She doesn't know how. She wasn't trained for that at all. She does work with aircrafts, like Predator drones, Reaper drones, C-17, C-5, stuff like that. Anytime anything moves in the Air Force, whether it be personnel or equipment, she's in charge of that, right? At least for her, not all of the Air Force, but just like her specific sector. Just because not everyone in the Air Force is, that's like common misconception. Not everyone in the Air Force flies anything. There's people in the Air Force that work on fucking heating and air. HVAC.
My hands are together, baby.
Wait, so like, what the... I didn't think he'd go to jail. Or are they just going to arrest him because he was about to become a pain in the ass? I don't know. I've never been in the passenger seat when a drunk person got pulled over. But I don't know. I don't think he committed any crimes, right? I don't know. Whatever. You're acting like an ass. Go to jail.
So now we'll find out.
Yep.
I don't really feel like you had to go to jail. I feel like it could have just been your girl, and you could have just sat idly by and been like, "Hey, officers, can I go?" I mean, yeah, she drank. I've been drunk all day. One of us had to drive. There was going to be a DUI regardless. It wasn't me. So if the crime is if the crime and the charge is I simply just got in the car, then I guess I'm guilty. But if that's not a crime, then can I go? Are we cool? I would have said something like that, but it's not a good idea to get into a car with someone who's been drinking, whether you've been drinking or not. If you haven't been drinking, you should drive. Even if you don't have your driver's license, it beats a DUI or a car crash, right? It's just a simple ticket for driving without a license. And in some instances, if I was a cop and I saw that you were driving an extremely drunk person, but you didn't have your driver's license, in that moment, given the situation, I may even give you a pass. Like, get home safely, don't drive this car again. I see you again, then I will give you a ticket, but good job, man, to be safe. Maybe. It's just like, it's one of those things, but I don't really feel like this guy had to go to jail. He just didn't have to, for any reason. But I feel like he was dead set on it, and the cops were like, yeah, he's about to be a pain in the ass, just go ahead and take him. I don't know.
Get over here.
No, I'm just standing over here. Okay.
Right on over here. All right. Essentially, I'm gonna read you your adverse consequences. So I can't force you to perform these exercises.
Yes, sir.
Is what it is. But if you don't,
That smile is gone, though, girl. What happened? What happened? You were grinning ear to ear like the Grinch earlier. Hey, officer, you want to get in? You want to get in the back? Let's go. Now look at you. That's called reality, ladies and gentlemen. Reality just set in hard. Oh, you mean after I tried calling my lieutenant, and after I tried calling my dad, and after I tried acting like there was nothing going on and being extremely pleasant, I still have to face consequences? That can't be. I did everything right. I did everything by the book. No, you didn't. You drove a vehicle intoxicated.
Forced me to make my decision based on anything and everything I've seen and heard thus far.
Yes, sir.
Now, with that in mind, do you want to perform these exercises, or are you still going to refuse?
I refuse.
And just know that any such refusal can be used against you in court.
That's fine.
Okay.
I have.
That's fine.
I don't have anything for you.
Okay. Here, I will go ahead and remove the shoulder bag real quick.
I wonder if there's anything else that happens.
Like that. Just the way the cuffs kind of situate themselves.
Yes, sir.
181, that's call. 47 in Denver.
She sobered up? Who's sobered up? This lady? Dude. There's been times where I got so drunk, I woke up after being asleep for 8 hours, which is typically what most people need. I was still drunk. There was times, man, where like I was so hungover that the next day on my way to work, if I would have got pulled over and that cop would have breathalyzed me even after brushing my teeth, I would have registered on that breathalyzer. So, I mean, but I don't know, man. It depends on how long you've sobered up. If you tell me that you sobered up in 2 hours, you're fucking lying. You're lying. You didn't. There's no way. No, it doesn't work like that. That's...
How you doing? It's Officer East Pensacola Police Department. Can I help you?
Yes, just wondering what's going on.
The dad. Oh no. Yeah, I'll definitely stick around for this conversation.
47 in Denver.
I really want to know her rank. She's got to be E4 Mafia. I just feel it. She's got to be E4 Mafia. I don't see this one being... She's not an officer. You want to know why? You want to know how I know why? Because she said, I need to call my lieutenant. If she were an officer, she could be a captain, but I doubt it. And captains are not going to call their fucking lieutenant. If she was an officer, she wouldn't say, I have to call my lieutenant. She would say, I have to call my commanding officer. Or I have to call my captain. Right? Which means she's enlisted. I doubt she's above the rank of E6. I have a feeling. I have a feeling she's E4 and below.
How you doing? It's Officer East Pensacola Police Department. Can I help you?
Yes, just wondering what's going on.
Well, whoever the female is in this car, she's being arrested for DUI, okay?
Okay, do you need me to come up there to help out, or?
I will take your number down, and I'll give you a call back here shortly. The passenger, whoever.
MAGA that's a very nice cop. He's very accommodating because there's nothing the dad can do. That's it. Once those cuffs go on and you go into the back of that car and you go into booking and processing, no one can help you. Nobody. In that moment, when you go through the process, you're getting fingered, no one can help you. There's nothing to do here. There's no assistance that you can provide outside of, I don't know, a character statement, which won't make a lick of fucking difference either because she's guilty of sin.
the mail.
And that shit isn't even warranted for like a police interaction like this. That's some shit that would be like in court, but that's just so irrelevant.
He's being detained for right now because he wouldn't listen to our command. So
here, I'm gonna get you back here in a sec, and I'll get all what you need.
Even though it's cold as hell in your county, you guys don't care about nothing.
Well, I can't control the county or the weather.
You guys can't control what you guys put me in. You guys don't.
The car is warmer than outside. Here it is. 159.
It's just unfortunate for you that it's a cop car. Yeah, I'll take a warm vehicle over the cold any day, but if it's a cop car, I don't know. I don't know if I'm interested in that. I think I'll just be cold. It's fine. Stop breaking the law, asshole.
Oh, I have her ID. Oh, okay. So, do you have average implied consent pulled up? What? Have implied consent ready. Yeah, because
I cannot believe they haven't called her commanding officer. Would have been the first thing I did. Really.
All right, no, she's going to refuse. Yeah. 159. Did you read that? Her, I'm going to go ahead and go through her stuff. Yeah. Well, ask her first. Yeah.
Because there are instances where you could, technically, it's rare, man, I feel, because law enforcement is, they're also on the same side as military. It's rare, but there are some times where, like, you can do something, you can get in trouble, you can do something wrong and have an interaction with police, and you could quite possibly even spend a day or two in jail. Hopefully it's the weekend, but let's just say you got arrested and went to jail for, like, you spent, like, the weekend in jail, and you got out on Sunday. And let's just say that police didn't call your chain of command. They didn't call your commanding officer. They didn't call your NCO. Let's just say that you're in the military, that's it. They did their paperwork, blah, blah, you got your ticket, you're out, whatever, and that's it. And let's say they never cut. Your chain of command would never know. Technically. But for the most part, and especially the higher rank up you go, you know, lots of times a private fucking up won't make crazy news. Not even local. But a first sergeant, on the other hand, or something of that nature, yeah, you get a DUI, everyone's fucking knowing about it. So, like, on the lower enlisted side, there is, like, a slim chance that you can quite possibly get a DUI and no one knows, right? You get a DUI, 1,700, you spend all day Friday, all day Saturday in jail, maybe even Sunday in jail. They let you out on Monday. You'll be late to work. You might miss work, but if they never contact your chain of command, dog, you get out of that scot-free, minus, you know, the incredible bill that you're going to have to pay for, you know, the court appearance, the court fee, and quite possibly the DUI school. All things that you're going to have to hide from your chain of command and find a way to work around if they don't already know about it. But I'm just saying.
If you would go to that spiel with her.
What would be funnier is if the cop knows the CO and is just getting some footage for a laugh later. Now that would be fantastic. Yeah. Sadly, though.
All right.
Police, civilian police, law enforcement, call the chain of command. Okay? Every single time. Call them and let them know. For the sole reason of just they know, because the last thing you want is for one of these soldiers to get away with this. You don't contact their chain of command, like I just said, they get through it some way, somehow, no one finds out, and then they repeat the behavior because they think they can get away with it. Or someone else does it because they think they can get away with it. Call the chain of command every single time. It's literally akin of like, I'm calling your mother. Where's your father? Go find me your father. It's kind of like that. Do that every time.
Question for you. Will you submit to a lawful drug test?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm just going to read this to you, okay? If you fail to submit to the test I request of you, your privilege to operate a motor vehicle will be suspended for a period of 1 year for first refusal or for a period of 18 months if your privilege has previously been suspended. Do you understand what I just read to you?
Yo, I hope you live in the barracks. And I hope that your barracks aren't that far from work. I do hope that, girl, because you're in the military. You do a lot of driving around. You might not think so, but like when you get to your unit and stuff like that, and you drive in like just company stuff, battalion stuff, just installation, you're gonna find yourself driving around a lot. Sometimes for fun reasons, sometimes for work reasons, sometimes for stupid ass reasons. I don't know, man. There was one time I had to cram a whole bunch of motherfuckers in my truck and take them out to a field training exercise because ran out of LMTVs. So I just put them in the very illegal. I shouldn't have had them in the back of my truck. I can't believe we didn't get pulled over. But yeah, did that.
Yeah, I have a lawyer, and I have done nothing wrong.
Okay, with that in mind, though.
You have a lawyer on Air Force salary? No, I doubt it. You don't have a lawyer. You're just making stuff up.
Are you still refusing to take the breath test?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so no test.
I really wish I knew her rank, man.
Okay.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Hey, Ben, give me the rundown on him. Because I was kind of dealing with it. I heard him like trying to get out of the vehicle and all that.
All right. He was trying to get combative. Luckily, these are good officers, and they didn't antagonize him or escalate the situation. He still ended up in handcuffs all the same.
So basically, he starts sitting here.
Under Maryland versus Wilson, he's detained anyway.
Yes.
Oh, really? Interesting. Well, I know he's detained, obviously, because you're part of an investigation. However, under arrest, let's see.
Oh, so I just went ahead and detained him right now. That's really up to you how you want to do that. I gave him several lawful commands: stay in the vehicle, stay in the vehicle. So,
well, yeah, he can go for resistance too.
Damn, they're gonna hit him for resisting. And all you... Oh my god. But hey, when you're drunk, right?
Do we have his ID or anything yet?
I can check on this side. So I was talking to the dad just now on the phone.
I like how.
But to be fair, officers, he didn't resist that badly. Then again, there has been some cuts in the footage, but from what I saw, I mean, is he a douchebag? Yeah. Not against the law. Did he get lippy with you? Yeah. Again, not against the law. But dude, I've had to repeat myself more to my fucking niece than you did to this guy. So like, did he really resist all that much? Okay, he seemed intent on going to jail anyways, so whatever.
Stop rating after.
Yeah. 159.
You guys are really
hold on.
Investigating my vehicle. Like I don't have anything in there.
Listen to me. Just listen. So
broken dreams. That's all that's left in there.
I'm not doing anything.
Okay, just relax. Okay.
Thank you.
I just got here. I even know you. Okay.
I don't.
God, dude, she reminds me of someone I know. Now that like I'm looking at her from the side, but now that I'm looking at her like directly, like straight centered, face to face, she reminds me of someone I know.
No, you either.
Okay,
like
perfect. Can I explain to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So with every arrest during a traffic stop,
yes, sir,
we have to inventory the.
And girl, why are you so bug-eyed right now? Aren't you drunk? Did you have too many vodka Red Bulls? Look at you. Just like looking like you just hit an 8-ball. Look at her. Just. Yes, sir. I don't know why you're investigating my car. I didn't do anything wrong. You know what I mean? Holy shit, girl.
Vehicle. That's what they're doing right now, okay? So we can't just turn your vehicle over to someone and then have whatever, if you have belongings in there that are valuable.
Yeah, they're actually doing y'all a favor. Y'all don't see it that way, though, either because y'all are angry in the moment and y'all just want to be belligerent for the sake of being belligerent, or you're just too drunk to realize that by them confiscating all your shit and taking it into custody, it prevents the repo man or anyone that works for the repo man from stealing your shit whenever they take your car or wherever it gets impounded, right? Just so say thank you, actually.
Well,
I'm just trying
we have to document that, okay? I talked to your dad, okay? And
like I am lawful military personnel.
Okay.
I have served this country.
So have I. I was in the Air Force as well, so you ain't gotta tell me. All right?
I just got back from deployment.
Oh my god, stop! That's the 4th time! I get that she's drunk, but girl, let it go. Being a combat veteran does not exempt you from this, man. Jesus. That same thing goes for dudes. What? Listen here, boy. I fought in the big war. If I want to have a beer, drive to my favorite strip establishment, okay? I should be allowed to. And I don't give a damn what Uncle Sam says about it. But, oh, God damn it, girl. You're just...
I am hurting.
I've been there too. I was at Eglin.
I was just at Iraq that got bombed.
Okay. I've been there too, okay? So here's the deal.
You were in Iraq. When was this? 1 month ago? On March 15th, 2025. So sometime last year, and then you say you were in Iraq and it got bombed. This was uploaded a month ago. I don't know, man. I don't keep up with geopolitics, but you... Hold on.
Just got back from deployment, and I am hurting.
I've been there too. I was at Eglin.
I was just at Iraq that got bombed.
Okay.
I was just at Iraq that got bombed. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. There's always something happening in the Middle East. Something's always catching fire or exploding. But notice how she said Iraq got bombed. Not me, not my unit, not my platoon, not my squad, not my buddy. The country. Yeah, no shit, lady. Bombs happen there. And in Afghanistan, and in Iran, and in a lot of those places. There's bombs all over the place. A lot of gunfire happening. Quite often, right? So, and you said you're hurting? Jesus. All right.
I was in the Air Force as well, so you ain't gotta tell me. All right?
I just got back from deployment, and I am hurting.
I've been there too. I was at
Good time. Take it easy. Thank you so much for hanging out with us.
I was just at Iraq that got bombed.
Okay. I've been there too, okay? So here's the deal.
Thank you.
Just take a breath, okay?
All right, this week.
This girl is kind of egregious.
Act like the airman that you are, okay? Airman to airman, I got you, okay?
Airman to airman?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
I was the 1 Alpha 9 at Herbert Field, okay? AC 130s,
Thank
okay?
you.
All right. So here's the deal, okay? Right now they're
I
entering
am
your
a
car.
senior NCO, and I will never disrespect the
Perfect.
law.
I got you.
Oh. She's so what rank is that in the Air Force? She's a senior NCO. I don't consider an E5 to be senior, nor an E6. An E7 though, I do. Anything above the rank of E7 is a senior NCO to me. E6, you haven't quite earned it yet. E5, fuck out of here. Right? Where's Commander Smushy? He would know.
Your car.
Senior NCO, and I will never disrespect the
Perfect.
law.
I got you. So here's the deal, okay? I talked to your dad, okay?
Thank you.
They're gonna inventory the car right now.
Inventory it. There's
Yes.
nothing in there.
It's just
I will never.
Just for the. No, we're not looking for anything bad, okay? Just relax.
Yo,
You have to inventory.
dude, look at her. She looks like my Rottweiler looks whenever she's side-eyeing me. Maybe I've pissed her off. Maybe I haven't. I don't know. She begin an attitude out of nowhere sometimes, but she be side-eyeing me like. Is it go time? Are we going or are we gonna fight? I don't know. Which one do you want to do? Look at her. Jesus Christ, lady. You need to calm down. You need to like unclench your sphincter and just relax. There's holy.
Right, because if it gets towed and you have anything valuable,
I don't want it towed.
Listen.
I can't get over this face because remember where we started. Remember the smile on her face? Yo, she's never... I would like to say that she's never had to take accountability for anything. The way that she's speaking, she truly believes that because she is military, and that because she's deployed before, that she should be treated differently and or special, or just not receive any punishment at all because of her service. She hasn't come right out and said those words verbatim, but just the way she's behaving and everything that she set up to this point, it just screams that. How dare you do this to a service member? Well, because, lady, we're actually held to a higher standard. I do not know that. And you're a senior NCO. Crazy. Imagine how pissed off you would be if this was one of your own soldiers.
Just listen.
I've been nothing but respectful to you
let
guys.
me finish talking, okay?
I
got you. Hey, what's your name?
Alyssa.
Alyssa, okay. Alyssa,
Like,
listen,
I just got back from deployment. This is not what I want.
Okay, listen, I understand that, okay? But for right now...
Well, they told you that. I swear they told you that, and if they didn't tell you that, then they failed you. And guess what? They're not even required to tell you that. They actually do it as a courtesy, and sometimes actually just like cover their ass in case a soldier decides to do something stupid. The military can be like, well, we told them not to. So these safety briefs, girl, you got back from a deployment. You know how many safety briefs I went through when I got back from Afghanistan? And I heard the same shit. Don't drink and drive. Don't beat your wife. Don't beat your spouse. Don't beat your goldfish. Don't beat your dog. Don't beat your children. It's a little loose there. Just no open hand, no closed fists with the kids anyway, right? No domestic violence, no starting fights, no this, no that. And they tell you over and over and over again. And even with us, they even bribed us. If you motherfuckers can go y'all's first weekend back from Afghanistan without any DUIs, the very next weekend, y'all get a 5-day weekend. Did we get a 5-day weekend, guys? No, we didn't, because someone got a DUI. That's just... And you're that someone, man. You're that someone. You could have been not that someone and simply just had your Saturday ruined because you have to show up to a recall. But now you are the reason for that recall, which I don't even know if they do recalls in the Air Force, to be honest. That's a big thing in the Army. Probably even the Marines, too.
Inventory your vehicle.
Okay, inventory.
And make sure nothing of value is left in the car, because if it gets towed, you don't want anyone to steal your stuff, okay? That's all they were doing.
Okay,
all right?
thank you.
I talked to your dad. I'm going to see if he can get here and get your car, okay? If that's okay with you. If he's able to come get it in a timely manner, I will gladly turn it over to him if that's what you want, okay?
Like,
if he can't take it... Okay.
I've been a civilized person.
Do you want your dad to come get it?
I'd rather him come get it,
Okay.
yes. That's
Okay.
fine. And I want to ride with him.
Okay, I'm going to call him back
That's
and
not
see if we
happening.
can arrange that, okay? All right, sound good?
And I can be released.
No, ma'am.
What did I do?
That's for the other
I
officer.
have not done anything
Okay.
wrong today.
All right, yes, ma'am. I believe you.
No, you don't.
All right.
You want me to hold off on rotation?
I want to call Dad real quick, and I just heard her when I got my car. I forgot our phone was on, and I just heard her screaming in the back. So let me call him real quick, and then
Yeah, she's currently having a meltdown, which is just so funny because the comparison to when the video first started is just hilarious to me.
Go from there. What pretty much happened was he's passenger in the vehicle. He kept getting riled up with the other officer and telling, like, oh, what am I detained for, stuff like that. He tried to get out the car. My partner told him to stay in the vehicle, which he decided to not do. He hopped out, my partner. So we put him in handcuffs. He's going for resisting at this point, okay? So the vehicle, we have two options.
I agree. Man, it's just so stupid. It's just so dumb that it just, like, you didn't even need to go to jail, bro. That's it. You would have been scot-free.
If you can get here, was that?
Yeah, I'm on the way down right now.
Okay, perfect. Then I'll be here with the vehicle, and I'll turn it over to you guys. Okay? That's parents. They're on their way already.
Okay, yeah, I canceled rotation.
Door is getting.
Let me put the windows up.
This weather blows.
Yeah, her parents are on the way.
I don't think there's anything else, right? Parents are on the way. Hold on. I think they're gonna interrogate old dude, her boyfriend. Yeah, she had a delayed reaction to what happened, which is just so hilarious to me because she genuinely believed that she was fine when she was in that car. Like, girl, are you dense? There's no way that you have alcohol in your system and you get pulled over by law enforcement and you think that you're going to leave that situation scot-free. There's no way you have alcohol in your system and you see those blue lights and immediately don't shit yourself like I would, because I know what comes next. But nah, I got pulled over. I'm drunk, but nah, this'll be fine. I'm me, and well, I'm in the Air Force, and I'm a decorated combat veteran that fought in the greatest battle that Iraq has ever seen, where they got bombed. And so, yeah, I'm not going to get a ticket for this. I genuinely believe that's what she thought.
Driving under the influence?
No, I have not. I've been picking up people from the influence.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did she say that she's a Uber driver? Oh my God, who's the Uber driver? Listen to this interaction.
Driving under the influence?
No, I have not. I've been picking up people from the influence.
He said, you're driving under the influence, and she said, no, I'm not. I've been picking up people from the influence, which in itself makes no fucking sense, but what she means is that she's out here giving rides. No, you're not, because at the very beginning, you literally said and alluded to the fact that this guy was about to take you to Pound Town, because what did you say? Yeah. I don't know, girl.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You keep lying to yourself, it's fine. It ain't hurting me.
Picking up people from the influence.
Yeah, whatever that means.
Pass her side for him.
She's a driver's side for him.
So stupid he had to say it out loud just to make sure it indeed was that dumb.
Okay. All right, so step out of here for me.
This dummy. You are the dumbest guy ever.
We're gonna walk up to the other patrol car.
You must have really wanted to go to jail. Because you didn't even have to.
Can I call my lawyer?
Girl, you don't have a lawyer.
I need to call my lawyer.
You don't have one.
Bitch.
Yo, did they put him in the same car? No, hold on.
Can I call my lawyer?
I think they did.
From the jail.
I need to call my lawyer. Bitch.
She had to get one last word, bitch. Yeah, I think it's funny they put them in the same car. It's not like they're fighting. They're not gonna pose a threat to one another, that's for sure. But oh, that's funny. Usually I see them separated. Whether the situation's good or bad.
The cuffs I could steal from me.
Actually, yeah. Mine are on her.
Both of mine are on him because he's broad shoulders. So.
Okay. Yep, I'll get back up with you.
All right. I will hang out here, or is Medice going to hang out here?
Medice is.
Okay.
I wonder if...
Yeah. He's gonna own you.
159 Rock the County. Copy start.
Can I get my lawyer on the phone?
Good Mako.
I have a question. If you're in the military and you're a senior NCO, do you have a lawyer on retainer? Do you? I don't think so, man. People that say this shit, dog, like, I don't...
County. Copy start.
Can I get my lawyer on the phone?
You don't have one.
Mako.
Unless you're talking about your daddy, and he's gonna pay for your lawyer, in which case, girl, you already called him. He's on his way to pick up your car. Which, by the way, you should also be saying thank you to these officers, because they could have let this shit get impounded. They really could have. They could have not given a damn. Not even their job to care like that. But nah, they allowed your dad to come get it. And you're still talking shit. Stop.
Calls from the jail.
And he's about to own you guys.
I don't really care.
He knows me.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't do nothing wrong. You guys just pull somebody over for somebody not doing anything wrong.
Yeah?
I didn't even call my parents.
You did call your parents. That's how drunk you are. Oh my god. Did you forget that that happened? And you did nothing wrong. Oh my... She said, I didn't even get to call my parents.
Somebody not doing anything wrong. I didn't even call my parents. Dick.
You say what? I doubt the LT has one. Maybe the 03 and above have one, unless assigned. Yeah, dude, soldiers don't have lawyers like that, man. I could see like a lieutenant colonel maybe having one. Someone of like officer type. I don't see a lieutenant. Maybe a captain, maybe. I still don't even see that. I'm thinking like high rank probably. Ain't no way E6s are walking around with lawyers on retainer for a possible DUI. No, they're smart. They just don't drink and drive. You, on the other hand, lady.
Sorry, sir. My wrists are hurting. You guys have my wrist bracelets on too tight. This is unacceptable behavior.
188.
I'm gonna let my lawyer know, and they're gonna give you 10 times fold. And
It's tenfold, girl, not 10 times fold. Jesus. How is it possible that you're getting drunker as the maybe because you stopped trying. Maybe at the beginning of the interaction you were like your senses were heightened, so you were like, "Ooh, okay, let's be careful and try our best to look sober." But you done let go at this point. You already know the path you're going on, and you can't go back, and you're like, "Oh, fuck it. I'm not gonna try to hide this. Whatever. Fucking 2 times fold. You're gonna get it back. Returning. Double repeating." The hell you talking about, lady? Lord.
I'm gonna let my lawyer know, and they're gonna give you 10 times fold. And goddamn shit. My lawyer about to find out. She about to bring you guys a new asshole. They don't.
I wonder where she's from. I know that she's stationed in Florida, but she legit sounds like she's from Georgia or Alabama.
know. Steve knows better. That mother has my back like a mother.
Does he?
Sir? Sir?
399 Whiskey Bravo.
Sir, can you help?
I completely forgot that the boyfriend was in the car. Because, dog, she hasn't stopped talking. She talked the whole ride there. The whole ride there. And out of nowhere, the boyfriend's like, Alyssa, shut up. Please. That's the most sensible thing that the guy has said this entire video.
Me with my bracelet.
Hold on. Oh, man. That was hilarious.
That mother has my back like a mother.
169.
Sir? Sir?
399 Whiskey Bravo.
Sir, can you help me with my bracelets?
When you get to the jail.
I didn't pay for these. I didn't pay for these bracelets. My attorney.
She is actually drunker than I thought. She's drunker than I thought. She was actually doing a really good job to hold it together there at the very beginning.
He's about to rip them new asshole. I protect this country. They only protect the county. You ever protect the country before? I'm about to find out. They don't know what country means. They only know what county means.
If I cringe any harder, guys, I'll pass the fuck out.
He works for the county. You don't work for the country. Really, in Kentucky? I don't know. I'm getting I'm just trying to see where they're going. We're going to Kentucky. We're going to Kentucky. Yes, sir. Yes, that's where we're going. I'm glad you saved me gas money. Something that protect your country is what you do to them. I just got back from deployment. Obviously, they don't care what we do. Obviously, you don't care. Do you hate military, sir?
Listen,
sir.
He doesn't have the authority.
Sir.
Listen.
No, I'm trying to ask him a question.
So now the boyfriend wants to be normal again, huh? Now he wants to be... Bro, you could have just done this, and maybe he was just one step ahead of me. Maybe he was just like, well, if she's gonna go to jail, I might as well go with her. Which I think is a stupid-ass plan, really, for the most part. But, again, maybe he was just being a really nice guy, and he didn't want her sitting in there by herself. Right. You know, you could have... Well, no, you were drunk too. Never mind.
You don't have the
authority.
Sir.
But
He's just a patrol guy.
Why do you hate military people?
I don't.
He loves military.
Why do you hate me?
I don't.
You
He locked
do.
me down and I wasn't even driving.
I'm not even driving. Why do you hate military people?
I don't.
He loves military.
Why do you hate me?
I don't.
You
locked
do.
me down and I wasn't even driving.
Like, he doesn't hate military. He locked my ass up, too. I wasn't even driving. Well, technically, sir, you could be free right now. You could be at home right now. Maybe about to lay it down, play some video games, and think about how lucky you are that you dodged this bullet and jail. But nah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know.
I'm not even driving.
And did you able to drop that shit and plead it out? So just shut the up. We're gonna bond out. And that's all it is. It's just a game. I wouldn't be in jail for being a passenger.
Well, you're not here for being a passenger. Well, you got told to stay in the vehicle because for Maryland versus Wilson, passengers are detained for a traffic stop.
And for officer safety, I'd like to believe that it's for officer safety that passenger needs to remain in the vehicle unless instructed to get out, because that officer can only focus on one thing at one time. And if he's focused on the driver and you start getting out of the car, playing little fucking fuck games, dog, I've literally seen passengers get out of the car and shoot the police officer. Man, you stay in the car. That's just... But your ego couldn't handle that, huh? I don't know why you dudes have ego for cops. They're just doing a job, man. They're not there to look tough. They're not there to look intimidating. They're not there to look cooler than you. They're there to do a job. I don't know why y'all get so fucking, oh, my ego, my pride, I can't take orders from you. Bitch, just survive the encounter, stay out of jail, and that's it. Hopefully that pride and that ego stays with you when you're fucking in jail, man, because, like, oh my god, for what? Yeah, and homegirl here won't stop talking.
Okay, I tried to answer your question, but well, shows what you know.
These two fuckers deserve each other. They really do.
I can tell.
What did we do to you? Why are you so hateful? You hate the military?
No.
For us protecting your country?
I didn't say any of that.
For you to do what you're doing right now? I was there for 7 months.
Okay.
I got bombed in Iraq, bitch. I have...
I got arrested again for being a mob.
No, I really got bombed in Iraq.
I don't believe her. I believe that somewhere in the country, we dropped ordnance, or someone dropped ordnance, or something happened, but she wasn't there at all. Because she would have already said what kind of bomb it was, and there are several different types of bombs. And if you get hit by one, you're gonna know exactly what kind of bomb it was that hit you, especially if you survive it. You know exactly what it was, man. So, I don't think you experienced anything, young lady. I think that you went to a combat zone and, well, combat happened there, and you're just taking credit for combat that happened that you probably didn't even see. So, stop. I don't want to say it's outside of the realm of possibility that you didn't see combat just because of the fact that you're Air Force, because we had a medic that was Air Force. You know, the bitch that single-handedly disassembled my entire military career by not shutting the fuck up. Yeah. She was on mission with me, right? And some shit went down on mission, right? She was there. So, but she was one of 2 Air Force personnel that I actually did operations with in country. Man, that's it, really, for the most part. And the other, well, I actually didn't do operations with the other Air Force guy. The other Air Force guy was like, he operated like some kind of missile system that we had on the FOB at one point, and that's all he did. He was a cool dude. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you keep saying bomb. What kind of bomb? Pressure plate, IED, vehicle-borne IED? Is it a suicide vest? Like, what was it? Did the enemy drop a bomb on you? Was it an RPG? What are we talking here? It's because it didn't happen, girl. Terminated, thanks so much for the 2, man.
I have disability. You about to get by the government.
The suspect was charged with reckless driving and resisting arrest without violence.
That's not even the worst charges. That's not even the worst of her situation. The worst part about this comes after this is over. This isn't even that bad. It's when UCMJ gets a hold of you. That's where the real trouble actually begins.
He was also issued traffic violations for no proof of insurance and 2 counts of running a stop sign. The suspect was issued a $1,000 bond, which she later posted. In court, she initially pleaded not guilty to both charges. The prosecutor later dropped the suspect's charge of resisting arrest without violence. She later pleaded no contest to the remaining charge of reckless driving and was sentenced to 6 months of probation and ordered to serve 50 hours of community service.
But what was her military punishment? 'Cause you do get it.
Under her plea deal, she could complete community service or buy out the hours at $14 per hour.
What? Nah, man, that's some shit you put in a video game if you want to bypass the grind. Fuck that. You don't... Anything for money, right? Anything, right? County, government, you motherfuckers. If y'all can make money off of it, y'all damn sure will, huh? No, man, make them do the community service. Here's your punishment. Or if you don't want to learn from your mistakes, you can just give me the rest of the money. Pay me this. What? Come on.
She chose to buy out the court-ordered hours, paying a total of $700 for the 50 hours.
Yeah, $700. And she just came back from a deployment. She's got a lot of money saved up. $700 is nothing. And even if she didn't come back from a deployment and had $700 saved and didn't have money saved up, it's still $700. That's, for a senior NCO, that's a little under half. No, I can't remember what senior NCOs make. I know that I was making around that every 2 weeks as an E4, between 700 and 800 as an E4. So roughly 1,600 a month. That's easy. One of your bills is going to take a hit, but that's relatively easy. And especially if you just save money and don't buy frivolous shit, you're always going to have something to fall back on in your savings. And so Did she really learn anything here? Well, I can do it again, and I can buy it out again. Yeah, that's not gonna work next time, girl. If you don't learn your lesson here, you were all the way out of the fucking service, and you should be a felon, really, after 2 DUIs, because how many people have gotten more than 2? I had a friend that got 3, and he's still not a felon. Man, 3. Man, fuck that. Anything after 1, that's it. Anyways. Yeah, I wonder...
The suspect's 3 traffic violations were also dismissed by the court.
So the only thing that stuck was the DUI. Because why waste the time and the effort to make those little ones stick and clog up the process when what you really want is the DUI charge? All that other shit is whatever. Let's just finish this. Right? I guess, for the most part. That's This whole stop is irritating. Let me call 5 different people while I'm looking for insurance and registration. I know, right? Not giving her a DUI is the real crime? Wait, did they not give her a DUI? What? Hold on. I guess she didn't get a DUI.
The prosecutor later dropped the suspect's charge of resisting arrest without violence. She later pleaded no contest to the remaining charge of reckless driving and was sentenced to 6 months of probation and ordered to serve 50 hours of community service. Under her plea deal, she could complete community service or buy out the hours at $14 per hour. She chose to buy out the court-ordered hours, paying a total of $700 for the 50 hours.
I just think that's so stupid. They don't learn anything. You know how you learn? Huh? You know how you learn? You go out with prison detail and help those fuckers pick up trash. That's your community service. In my hometown, you got a DUI, that's exactly what you were doing. You were on the side of the road for your community service, that's what it was. That you would go out with prison detail and pick up trash with them on the side of the road and on the side of the highway. And you did not want to be seen by your friends doing this. It was highly embarrassing to get a DUI whenever I was younger. Because, like, on top of that, they put your face in the newspaper. There's like a newspaper in my hometown called The Joint. You break the law, you commit a crime and go to jail, your picture goes in there for the whole town to see, right? So make them do the community service. Do not let them bypass that. But anything for money, huh? Right. Gotta make our money somehow.
The suspect's 3 traffic violations were also dismissed by the court.
I honestly can't tell. So, nah, dude, I think she did get charged with DUI, right? It's just like the way they worded it there. They didn't mention the DUI. They just said that the resisting was off the table. The traffic violations that led to the stop are off the table. But the actual... I don't know. That's crazy how that works out. Like, she is the reason to never blindly thank someone for their service. Well, technically, you don't really have to, and no one should ever make you feel bad for not. It's a selfless service at the end of the day. No one forced us into it. Hey, thank you if you want to. You don't have to do that shit blindly. I wouldn't. At all. But then again, it's just easier to, right? It just makes you think, like, who the hell am I thanking that doesn't deserve a thank you? But I do be doing it blindly, I guess, yeah. But the question is can she redeem herself? Is she redeemable? Because I know what we saw here is just her drunk, right? Now, what about when she's sober and she realizes that she's about to get demoted and that her military life is going to become very, very difficult? I don't know. It's... This snotty little drunk got off way too lightly. I've told y'all this story before, but one time, the very last time, the only time I ever did it, I was under the influence, got into a fender bender, and I got off. I shouldn't have. But some way, somehow, that cop had mercy on me. In my defense, I had not had that much alcohol. I had like a beer and 2 shots, man. Really. And that's when I was in like my prime drinking days. So like a beer and 2 shots was essentially, effectively doing nothing. Would I still register on a breathalyzer? Absolutely. And I did, but it was so minimal, right? And it was over the limit, but it was so minimal. And the fact that I lived literally 1,000 feet away from where I got pulled over, and the fact that the traffic accident wasn't that bad, he let me off. And he shouldn't have, to be honest. A DUI is a DUI in my opinion. He shouldn't have let me off. I should have got a DUI that day. I was operating a vehicle. Because what if I wasn't going slow? What if it wasn't like a small little fender bender? What if I wasn't going 5 miles an hour like I did? What if that person wasn't going 7 miles an hour like I did? Because that's how the accident happened. We were both going very slow. I was making a right. They were going, it was a 4-way intersection. Neither of us were paying attention. And I hit their passenger door at 5 miles an hour. But what if it wasn't 5 miles an hour? That's a different story, isn't it? I would have given myself a DUI in that situation. But the cop showed mercy on me. Why? I don't know. But I thanked him profusely and I walked home. So, but when you act like that, you're not going to get any favors. I told the truth. He asked me how much I drank. I told him. I was respectful. I was kind. I was courteous. I was like, I live right there, dude. I could spit and hit my apartment. And he asked me if I was military. I think that may have played a role. He was also prior service as well. But still, nah, man, I don't really think I would have let my ass off. Because what does that tell? What does that say? What does that say? Oh, you can get away with it. Oh, you can do it again. Obviously, I'm not that dense and stupid to think that just because I got away with it this time that I'll get away with it with another officer. But still, some people are that stupid and they will try it again because they got away with it the first time. So I don't really feel like this girl learned anything. She bought her way out of trouble. She didn't get in that much trouble. One can only hope that her chain of command actually sets an example and gives her the punishment that she deserves. Otherwise, nothing was learned here. Not even a little bit. And the absurd belligerence the entire way. The entire way to the station. Like, holy ass. Why are they letting her run the show? Tell her to hang up and stop coddling her? Well, I mean, but I don't know how you're not used to this, Cowboy Shepherd. This is how most interactions with females go. They get the benefit of the doubt. They're very polite. They're very cordial. They don't rush them. They don't, none of that. None of that. But if it was a dude, look at the dude. Look how fast the man went into handcuffs and look how long it took them to put her in handcuffs. That's just the nature of it. Anytime police, unless it's like a wild Florida woman, I've seen it so many times. On these body cams, I've seen women get insane benefits of the doubt. I never see men get treated the way women get treated. And I've seen a lot of body cam footage. I've seen a lot of police interactions. The way that cops behave towards men, the way cops speak towards men is night and day different than the way that they behave and they speak to women when it comes to these interactions. I don't know if they know that they're doing it. I don't know if they subconsciously do it. Like the same way that, you know, if you have a son and a daughter, your son and your daughter ask you for the very same thing, but you give very different answers because your son is a little shit, but your daughter is an angel. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of like that. Maybe they don't know that they do that. Maybe they don't know that they behave that way, but I see it time and time again. And especially when it comes time for actual punishment, oh, the gavel never swings fairly. The gavel never swings equally. Lady Justice does not have a level, equal hand when it comes to delivering justice between genders. Bruh, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. I've seen it way too many times for that shit to just, like, be a coincidence. Or just, like, a couple of just like a couple of outliers or moments or just like rare occasions. No, it's always. It's always. Casey Anthony killed her goddamn daughter and got away with it. Okay? But OJ killed his wife and got away with it too. So, hey, is what it is. Is what it is. Yeah, could be. I don't know. Single child behavior. She could be. But like, that shouldn't really apply at that age. Single child behavior is like, bro, you're in the military. You're a senior NCO. You're probably in your 30s. You can't really blame whatever bad behavior you exhibit now on the fact that you were a single child. You should have already dealt and been over that shit. For real. It's like, yeah. And I'm sorry, but being a combat veteran and having PTSD does not excuse you getting a DUI. You could have just dealt with your PTSD and got blackout drunk at home. From home. Man, went and picked up alcohol and gone back home. But no. You're obviously not. I don't know, man. I don't know. Thank you for your service. I will say that. At the end of the day, not gonna be like that other person. You are serving. Thank you. But get your shit together. Holy shit. Before they do you like they did me. Absolute disgrace. Our courts love drunk drivers because they make money. The same way they love child support because they make money off that too. They make a lot of money off child support. Well, you think it's only the mom making money? Nah. There's a whole bunch of people that have a hand in that make money. That the only person that doesn't make money in that scenario is the fucking father. That's it. The courts, the government, the city, they all make money. And even the woman. Nah. That dad is forking out $600, $700, $800, $900 just for the permission to see something that's fucking his. I shouldn't have to pay anyone a goddamn cent. It's half fucking mine. Got me fucked up. That's why I'm so glad that I never had kids with the women that I almost had kids with, because, well, one of us wouldn't be here anymore. I don't know. Dude, that's what I said too. She got more drunk with every minute that passed. It started off so good. But then I'm telling you, honestly, I think that once she realized she was going to jail, she stopped trying to hide her drunken state. She really just threw caution to the wind, said, fuck it. I'm letting it all hang out now. I'm already going to jail. Whatever. I'm not actually going to try here. It takes too much effort to act sober. Let's just let it ride. There you go. Have fun. She should be dishonorably discharged immediately. Her behavior is unbecoming of a service member. I don't know. This is always where, listen, I've seen people do bad shit in the military and they took their punishment and they never did it again. And you know, once upon a time, I served in the military and I wish that I would have just simply gotten a regular punishment instead of just getting kicked all the way out. Right? I didn't get a chance to redeem myself. I didn't get a chance to I didn't get a second chance. I didn't at all. It was just like I got thrown to the wolves, like, "Oh, you fucked up, get out." That was it for me, man. So and I have seen people get in trouble. They do their punishment, whether it be Article 15, demoted, extra duty, yada yada, and they never make the same mistake again. They learn and they're a better soldier for it, right? I didn't even get that chance. I didn't even get to serve a punishment. It was just like, get out. And so, like, check her record. If she has never been in trouble prior to this, if she's relatively a good soldier, if her NCOs and her leadership have decent things to say about her, and she's not a problem on a daily basis, and she's actually, I don't know, useful to the overall mission and the unit, and this is her first and only brush with law enforcement and with just UCMJ and being in trouble, then no. I don't think she should be dishonorably discharged. Let her earn it back. Man, people make mistakes, people fuck up. This is one of the biggest fuck ups you can do as a service member because they're constantly reminding you of it, but no one's perfect, right? And if she has nothing else up to this point, then proceed with caution. You got to be careful who you give second chances to. But, you know, it is what it is. Guys, come on. She served. She's a fucking war hero. Set her free. She shouldn't serve a fucking second. She's distinguished. Yeah. Let's see that DD-214, girl, so I can see your combat exploits. I mean, your DD-214 doesn't tell the entire story, but, I mean, I did get a Purple Heart out of my bomb. What did you get? Because I'm telling you, bro, it just, like, really does scream like you were just in country when something bad happened and you heard about it and then you came home and told that story as if it were your own. As if it were your own. That's just... And if she is telling the truth and she got hit by a heinous bomb, then hey, my apologies. I'll take that. I'll make a retraction, but I doubt I'm going to have to do that. Because you're just full of shit, really, for the most part. And you could chalk this up to, you know, you just being drunk, but I've always said that drunk words are sober thoughts, and if that's how you feel about being a veteran, that you should be treated special and or different, then that's just gross, and you should just get out of the service. That's not what the service is for. It's, again, if you're going to do it for glory or special treatment or just, it's a selfless service, girl. We all learned this, regardless the branch. So, that's just, gross. Go away. Yeah. Well, she wasn't really being a Karen, per se. She was just... I don't know. It just took us a long time to get to her going to jail. Like, I don't know why officers do that. At all whatsoever. Because I've seen y'all pull over men, and rarely, and I mean rarely, do I ever see y'all be like, oh yeah, you wanna call your lawyer? You wanna call your wife? You wanna call your therapist? Go ahead. I'm here for you, sir. I got all day. Never, bro, never, man. Just like step out of the car. Yeah, I just need to make this. I said step out of the car, sir. Just let me make this phone call. And then you're out of the fucking car. Windows busted, you're getting tased, you're getting ripped out. That cop has zero fucking patience for you, man, when it's a man. But for some reason, man, we put on the kid gloves for these ladies. Okay. Right. Makes sense? Cool. Guys, we're going to end it here. I'm starving. We didn't watch a lot, but we watched for a long time. We'll take care of some more stuff tomorrow. We may just go live on YouTube again tomorrow, and my last stream will be a music stream before I leave for Georgia, because I'm leaving on Tuesday. So, yeah, I appreciate those, but terminate, I'm getting off. We will knock out another Fat Electrician video on maybe tomorrow. Maybe we'll do some more Fat Electrician tomorrow, maybe some more Fat Files. I'm not sure, but for now, I gotta eat. Thank you so much for the donations. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm out. Thank you guys for hanging. Thank you so much for chilling. Hopefully y'all have a good Saturday. And if I don't yeah, hopefully y'all have a good Saturday, and if I don't see y'all tomorrow, have a good rest of y'all's weekend. I'm about to go eat, finish packing, finish cleaning the house before I leave, because I got a lot of shit over here that I gotta take care of. Got a whole bunch of stuff to do. So, love y'all. Have a good evening. I'll see y'all tomorrow or the next day. Definitely Monday. And after that, I'll be gone for 2 weeks. Just FYI. I'll keep reminding y'all just in case y'all don't know. All right? Love y'all.